Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. Today we are doing a collective tarot reading. The first reading will be collective for everyone who is in this particular stream of energy. After we do that, if you are someone who chooses to get a personalized reading, you may do so in the time allotted. So I hope everyone's having a great day. Great evening, I should say. Great evening. Let me know if the audio is clear. Can you hear my voice? Does it sound far away? Is the music too loud? Let me know that information before we begin. Let me know that information before we get started. If you're new to this channel, if you don't know what the hell's going on, my name is Travis Magus. As I said, you are somebody who is interested in magic, spirituality, manifestation, the occult. Perhaps you're somebody who's researched some basic level stuff, heard a bunch of opinions, maybe even confused. Well, this is the place where your confusion ends on that level. I am an occultist, a practitioner initiated in the Kabbalah, as well as several other branches of magic, and I teach that information here on this channel. We talk about it as well, and as you can see, we do tarot readings. So if you're here to learn, that's what you're going to get. If you're here to get a word, that's what you're going to get. And if you're here to get a reading, definitely going to get one of those. So peace to all my favorite people in the universe. Peace, peace, Fat Tony. Happy belated birthday. Peace, peace, Zero. Happy birthday to you as well. I know I got you for a reading. Trekage, peace, peace. Ultra Instinct, peace, my guy, peace, peace. Jack Rabbit's Occult Esoterica, peace and greetings. AZW, peace, peace, my fellow cyclomate. Sunshine Chick, peace. Always good to see you. It's been a while. Ramanoodle 6, peace. 9 Volta, peace and greetings. Peace, peace to everybody. Okay, so chat, check this out. This is an exciting time, for sure. If you remember 2 weeks ago when we did this tarot reading, it was just before the full moon, the new moon, which was in alignment with Sirius, the dog star. So we had a sun, moon, Sirius alignment, like straight up. And because of that, we could say that that symbolizes a downpouring of all the accumulated summertime, summer solstice energy seeding down upon the earth, planting seeds, getting ready for something new. This is why the new moon is such a great time to begin things, right? To get it started, to initiate it. Because come 2 weeks later, when that full moon hits, that's when you're going to start to see the blossoming of the seeds you planted. This is the magical cycles of the moon. The lunar tides, as they call them. They've been precise for a long time. Phoenix Wolfette, peace, peace, peace. Happy to see you as well. So what we have now is that the moon is shifting into its full phase right on the 21st, which is when the sun shifts itself into Leo. Now, a lot of you who have been in this particular current of energy, as myself and many others, we've come to find that the past couple of weeks, maybe even months, have been a bit trying, to say the least. Some people have it a whole lot more difficult than others. Some people are kind of just coasting. A lot of people are going through an experience where things seem kind of dark and cloudy, maybe even confusing, where you at one point in time knew exactly what you were doing, and then lately it seems like those things weren't working anymore, and you're grasping, searching in the dark, looking for some direction, right? A lot of us have felt that to varying degrees over these past couple of weeks. And it's natural. It's part of the cycles. It's part of the patterns. It's a time to not panic, but to trust the energy and move along with it. Now, with this being the sign of Cancer, being represented by a crab, what we talked about previously was this was the time for that shell to be shed. This was the time for the skin, right? Like a serpent or a tarantula to be shed off so that the new skin could be created. And why do animals do this? They do this because they outgrow their previous shell, right? Because they're getting bigger, they're getting stronger. So in this particular case with the crab, now that the shell is being shed, it's molted, it's soft and it's vulnerable. So it needs to step back and recharge. That's the period that we were in. And as this water sign of Cancer begins to shift into the fire sign of Leo, fixed fire, fire of fire, the hottest, what we begin to see with this shift is that the water begins to boil, right? Isn't that what happens when you put the fire up onto the water? It begins to boil. It's kind of funny that we make a big deal out of boiling crabs, or some people do, you know, with the cookouts and the boiling of crabs. When you put a crab in the boiling water, not only does the shell get really hard, it also changes color. Total transformation. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. So take this serious energy that's been channeled through 2 weeks ago and understand that it's been boiling you, stirring something up. And I know you felt that water boiling up at least the past couple of days, right? And it's only going to accelerate. What is it now? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You can find that for the next 4 to 5 days, this energy is going to accelerate. That water is going to keep boiling, boiling. It's lighting a fire up under your ass. And guess what? It's time to move. It's time for action. It's time for action. It's not time for recharging, resting, and rebirth anymore. That has passed, right? And in alchemy, there are different phases that the substance goes through in order to evolve into itself. And what you'll find is that during this boiling phase, there are some things that have been shed off, right? When you boil those crabs in the water, you'll see this foam rising up to the surface. That, you know, if you've ever boiled crabs, you know that little foam comes up to the top, and you got to get that out of there. You don't eat that. You don't drink that. So you'll find that during this period of time that you're boiling, you're going to notice a split in you. You're going to notice that shell that you've shed and the new you that is being formed. And I want you to listen to this. You got to make this distinction here. You got to completely get rid of that old shell. It's got to go. You've got to discard it. Because what happens when a spider doesn't get that old skin off of him? What happens when a snake doesn't get all that old scales off of him? Right? What happens when the lobster gets trapped in its own shell? It dies. It dies. Okay, so you've got to release what has been boiled off. You must. You must. Or you're not going to make it to where you're trying to go. In your case, to make it easy for you, because I like to keep things somewhat vague, it gives your subconscious mind an opportunity to bring up exactly what you need to hear. But to make it a little bit more clear for you, there's this voice inside of you, this little punk ass, this little bitch, that you have to eliminate. As you are boiling and getting ready to do the things that you want to do, you're looking at the goals and the direction and the things you might need to study, the things you might need to listen to, you might need to go to the gym, whatever. There's going to be a voice behind you saying, we'll do it tomorrow, maybe next time. There's going to be some level of resistance, and it's going to make the perfect excuses for you. Everybody's is going to be unique to them, right? It's going to say, oh, well, you missed this much of it. You might as well try it again later. Whatever that voice says to you, recognize it as parts of that old shell that need to be discarded. Okay? You got to understand now there's a tug of war. Who's going to be stronger? Who's going to have the most dominion in your kingdom? That voice that's telling you, "Oh, we need to just sit back and chill and rest. Let's not do this." Or that voice that says, "It's time to push forward. I have goals. I have dreams. I have plans. I have things that I want to manifest." So that means there are things I need to do. Which of those voices are you going to choose? You're going to have that battle every day, especially for this next season. And testing, testing. How about that? How about that? All right. Where was I? I guess I wasn't supposed to say those mean cuss words. All right. What was the last thing I said? Who was listening? Somebody. Anyways. Anyways. You hear what I said about the little bitch? Shed the shell. The voices that say, "Oh well, let's do it later. Maybe we can just not do it right now." All that shit. Yeah. All right. You got that part. That's the gist of it. Now's the time. Get off your ass. Do what it is you said you want to do. Because look, it's not gonna come to you any other way. You can pray for it. You can burn some sage, right? You can do whatever thing you're doing, but you also need to be making steps towards that goal, or you're not going to get there, right? Right? Anyways, you get the gist of what I'm saying. I don't remember what I said. That shit was just channeling through. Anna Molly, peace, peace. All right, so we ready. We ready. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. No, I'm serious. You have to light a fire up under your ass. This is Leo season. We need this fire burning, right? So hot and so bright that nobody can put the shit out. Not even you. Not even you. That's how hot you need this fire to be. This fire that comes with this new armor, this new body, this new phase that you're in is going to be the fire that burns at the center of this kingdom that you're building. This fire that is igniting right now is going to be the fire at the center of the kingdom that you're building. So it needs to be hotter, brighter, and stronger than that voice in the back of your head of resistance. All right? These shiftings and flowings and phases of energy that cycle through over the days, weeks, months, and years, and their combinations that are symbolized by the moon and the sun and whatever else, they come in different combinations at different times. And you've got to learn to take advantage of them to make the best of them. Because, of course, you can do this at any time. I'm not saying you can't, but right now is the best time to do it. Right now is the best time to do it because you got the support of the entire universe behind you. The entire universe behind you. All right, so you know how this goes. We're doing a collective reading for this energy for everybody up under the sound of my voice. If you're here, then this applies to you. If you need some more specific direction, if you'd like some more specific symbology, motivation to help you understand what you need to do specifically, buy a reading from me. You'll see the link that is pinned in the top of the comments. So far, I've got Zero and I've got Fat Tony. So right now would be a good time so you can get ahead on the list. Otherwise, we're about to begin. Otherwise, we are about to begin. Coffee on deck. Awesome for you, Shaquila Smith. Awesome, awesome. Keep it up. Keep it up. Now is the time for it. Now is the time for it. KJ says, will you do the personal readings in this live or separate videos? We're doing it in this live. In this live. So you can hit the link in my Cash App, which is pinned at the top of these comments, and you will be the third reading. All right. So let's begin. Right now, we've got the sun in Cancer, and the moon is in Sagittarius. By the time, and just so you can have a heads up, if you are somebody that knows what these symbols represent, the full moon that hits on the 21st, when the sun goes into Leo officially, is going to be in Aquarius. So we're going to have two fixed signs, fire and air, right? And what do you think of what happens when fire and air come together with equal force, right? That's the kind of energy you can expect for this full moon season. All right. Here we go. And if you don't know what that energy is about, imagine if you have any Leo or Aquarius friends. Put them together. Is it harmonious? Does it clash? Is there a way that you can utilize it regardless of what happens? That's the way I look at it. I don't give a damn what these folks are talking about. I'm already looking at how I can use it to my advantage. You can get emotional about it, or you can make it work. Collective reading, phase 1. You already know what time it is. Big death. The water of life. Ooh, Tower. These are some strong ass cards, right? These are some cards that represent massive shifts. In fact, these are the biggest shift cards in the deck together. The biggest shift cards together. I got you now, Patchwork. I got you now. Let me make sure. Okay, I got you as well, Maestro. Let me make a list of these timings so I get everybody in the right time. These are some powerful ass cards. We're dealing with some major shifts, right? You think of death, already what comes to mind, oh my God, I'm going to die. And yes, you are. That is true. But as I have already said, we're talking about the shedding of the old, the shedding of the old. So that old you, the you that did everything in its power to get you to where you are today, right? Now listen, when I talk, I'm not talking about anything that has a label of good or bad, right? So when I say these things, if you feel that it's bad, that's you putting that on there. The old you has done everything in its power to get you to where you are today. And where you're trying to go, the old you does not have the capacity to take you there. Just like the crab shell does not have the capacity to fit the new crab inside as it grows. Just like the caterpillar in the cocoon, the caterpillar's body doesn't have the capacity to fit that butterfly anymore. The new serpent, the new snake, the python, the boa constrictor, all of them, as they grow, their old self no longer has the capacity to carry them. So the old them must literally die. They must shed it off and throw it away, right? That's where we are right now. And I need you to recognize it. What do I mean by I need you to recognize it? I need you to see how that's playing out in your life. Do you see the old you dying? Do you see the old you that is being shed? Like, do you actually see it? Or are you just agreeing with me? Can you identify with your words, with your thoughts? Like, can you point to with your emotions? You know what? I used to be like this. I used to do that. I used to say that. And I'm not doing that anymore. In fact, my mind has changed. My perspective has changed. What I feel like is important has changed. Are you seeing the dichotomy and the difference between the old you and the new you? Do you see it? Because if you don't see it, this doesn't mean anything. In fact, this should scare you because you're still the old you and you're carrying something into the future that has expired. We're talking about stinky milk. You're carrying stinky milk to the party. And sure, everyone else can smell it, but what's most important is if you drink that, you're going to have an unpleasant time, right? The old you has expired, and if you cannot recognize it, that means you're still there. Check this out. Ace of Cups. With every single death, there's another birth lined up immediately after. Why? Because the material plane is the plane of change. What you actually are has no concept of death or life or any of that. What you actually are is pure consciousness that continues. It has continued since the beginning of time. I want you to hear this clearly. Consciousness, this perspective of awareness and whatever it is that you actually are, has been here for all day today, all day yesterday, and last week, in the past 10 years, 20 years, however long you've been alive, and inside of the sperm cell and the egg cell, and inside of the people that carried you from Adam and Eve all the way up to today, right? That same life force has endured for eternity and beyond. So when we talk about life and death, we're not talking about the soul. We're not talking about consciousness. We're not talking about the truth. We're talking about the vehicles that consciousness utilizes. We're talking about the vehicles that consciousness utilizes to experience reality, or this version of reality. So you have gone through so many sheddings and shiftings and deaths, so many that you don't even want to know. We don't have the number for it. So as the old shell dies and passes on, you're also making room and making space for these fresh, new, rejuvenating waters to come flowing in. Now, think about all the symbology behind the water. In the Bible, the water represents the peoples, right? We're talking about the collective of the human race. We're talking about the subconscious mind. We're talking about the deep ocean of the archetypes, right? We're talking about memory. We're talking about memory. We're talking about what has carried data through time. It's being refreshed, it's being renewed, and this shattering of the shell. There's going to be some important choices that you need to make today. Previously, I talked about how all the major arcana cards that represent planets are actually represented by the dualities of life. This particular card, the Tower, represents Mars, represents the duality of grace and indignation, meaning there are some things about your old self that you're still holding on to that you have not forgiven yourself about. You have not forgiven yourself. And there are some people who did things to you that you have not forgiven. Now, listen to me when I say forgiveness. I'm not saying what they did was right and I accept it. No, what I'm saying is release it, let it go so that you can collect that energy and apply it to yourself today. Because if you're still holding on to grudges and hatred and some things from the past, if you're still holding on to those things tightly, if you're not forgiving yourself for the mistakes you made, 'cause like I said, the old you did everything in its power to get you where you are today. If you have not forgiven yourself or others, you are agreeing to keep that energy locked up in the past. What energy? Think about how upset you get when you think about the situation, how pissed off you get. Don't get pissed off now, but just think about how upset you get when you think about the situation. That's the manifestation of the energy that you've got locked up around that person or that event or your old self. You got to let that go because you need that energy for today. You need that energy for today. You need it for yourself. And if you could really see what was happening, I don't think that you would be very happy about giving your energy to those people or to those situations. Now, if you don't know about forgiveness like that, I know it's not easy. Not saying it's easy. Look, these ain't easy cards. Death, Tower. Look at these people. How do you think it's gonna feel when they hit the ground? And look, you got this one has a crown on their head. The other one's dressed nice. He got gloves on, right? How do you think it's gonna feel? There's no respecter of persons. Rich people jumped out the 9/11 tower. Poor people got killed, right? This is not an easy card to deal with. This is not an easy. Once again, you got popes, you got kids, you got royalty, you got basic people, right? Everyone must stand before these types of changes, and it's not easy. Yet, if what you desire, if what you're magnetized towards is transformation, change, and the attainment of what you feel and know that you deserve, it's time to let these things go. Let's keep going. With me so far? Are you feeling it so far? Have you had to deal with this so far? Oh, somebody jumped out. We're just gonna take that top one. I ain't taking all of them because that was a big ass stack. You know what? Fuck it. We'll take them all. We're gonna take them all. All these jumped out. All right. Shit. Let's get to them one at a time. One at a time. So, death. These waters pouring in. Forgiveness or not forgiveness. Right. That's gonna determine what happens next. Speaking of what happens next, look. Look. Right. This is one of the most abundant cards in the deck. This is called material happiness. This card is the manifestation of all of your desires, right? When dealing with the elements at the top, you've got fire, right? That's the wands. Then you've got water, which is cups. Then you've got the swords, which is air. Then you have the pentacles, which is earth. So it's a trickle down, right? And it starts at 1 and goes down to 10. You could say that this is the last card in the deck, the culmination of everything. It's at least the last card of the minor arcana. And what it shows is the result of a life lived well. You see the old man sitting there. Well, Let me say it. Let me stay neutral, right? Middle path over here. This is the result of a life lived. Now, I like to see this as an old man who has invested time and effort into his family, into his business, into his community, right? He's invested time in his life force, and now he can sit and enjoy all the things that he worked hard to create. You see him right there? And then he's got a legacy, right? This is the end result. This is what you want. Now, conversely, this could be some homeless dude sitting on the corner realizing that he didn't do anything in his life to help him out in his future. And now he has to live in that bed that he has set. You can see it as both ways, but either way, this represents the culmination of your actions today. What are you doing? Are you still young? Are you still a knucklehead? Are you still out here blowing your money? Are you still out here sleeping with everybody with reckless abandon? Are you still out here wasting your time and not building anything? Are you still a slave to your body? Are you still a slave to your old mind? Because guess what? The actions that you are performing right now are going to determine whether you are looking back at your legacy or looking back at a life wasted. That's for you to determine. Either way, this card represents the fact that your actions today are the indicator of where you're going. So I'm going to ask you this right now, and let's see if you're honest with yourself. If you stop and just looked at what you did today and yesterday, just today and yesterday, maybe even the past 3 days, we'll give you 3 days. If you look at them last 3 days, would you say that you're heading on the direction of a legacy you can be proud of, or a legacy you would be ashamed of? You answer that for yourself. You answer that for yourself. Let me know, chat. And hell, if you're brave enough, let me know in the chat. Motion, peace, peace. Yeah, man. Good, good. Okay. All right. So yeah, what I'm saying is pay attention to that. You've got to be able to pay attention and know where you are. You got to know where you are. Because if you don't know where you are, how the hell are you going to get to where you're going? How are you going to get to where you're going? If you got a map, let's say you got a map and you're looking at the destination, you're pointing to the destination on the map, but you don't know where you are in that map. You might as well crumble that thing up. You might as well close the app. All right, let's keep going. So next we got the Lover's card. We got the Lover's card. This represents Gemini. Gemini. Now, for a lot of people, this represents actual relationships, right? Actual relationships. Somebody in your life is going to be an integral part of this transformation. Who are you hooked up with, right? Who are you with? Who have you involved? Who have you mingled and mixed your energies with? Is it someone, or are these people who are once again adding to this legacy in a way that you can feel good about? Or are these people that really don't add anything and you have them there for God knows what reason, right? The people in your life, specifically the ones that you share your romantic, emotional, sexual energy with, are these people that are adding to your story in a way that you are proud of and you want? Or are these people who are adding to your story in a way that's causing you problems, struggle, stress, wasting your time? etc. ad nauseum. And for those of us who do not have a partner, we can think about the relationship of the levels of yourself from the conscious mind to your subconscious mind, all the way to your superconscious, right? And here's your little physical body. We can think about these levels of yourself: your left and your right, your high and your low. Are they in alignment? Are they in balance? Are your thoughts moving in a direction that's going to build? Are you pulling out from your subconscious mind symbols and emotions and the types of things that are going to help you? Are you really looking at trying to tap into your higher self and connect with it? Or are you just fronting? Is your physical body in alignment with this path, with this journey? Are you eating right? Are you getting the necessary exercise? Did you meditate today? Did you wash your ass today? Right? Are you doing the things that keep you in alignment? If the answer is not a resounding hell yeah, you got something you need to work on. Look, all these things are required to make sure that as we step into this new season, as this water is boiling hot right now, this is a little checklist to make sure that you got it, right? This is a little checklist to make sure that you got it. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? Digital Alchemist, peace, peace. I got you. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going because a couple of cards jumped out. Want to make sure we get them all. The Emperor. Okay, so the Emperor. Now's the time to start making plans, right? We were all young once, we were all children once. And as kids, we don't really think about, the future. We don't think about life in such a way that we want to plan it out and map it out. We kind of just go along by our impulses and our instincts. And that is not someone who sits on a throne. Not for very long, at least. Yeah, yeah. So look, this Emperor card. Notice that even though I spoke of the impulsiveness of youth, right? You can think of Aries, the ram, and you notice all those rams around his throne. You can think of the impulsiveness, but check this out. This is a man who's been through that phase and survived and mastered his impulsivity and utilizes it, directs it. Look, he's got this wand that he's holding. And in case you don't know about these symbols, which you should learn, but hey, I guess that's why you tune in to watch me. The circle represents the sun, which is eternal. The sun is not going anywhere. It will forever be what it is, moving in a circle. So whenever you see these symbols of the planets and astrology, the circle represents the eternal force. The cross represents the temporary force, right? That's why when you see the earth as a symbol, it's a circle with a cross in it, right? There's actually three symbols that all the planetary symbols are made out of, and they are the circle, the cross, and the crescent moon. Those are the three symbols that all the planetary signs are made of. So the earth you'll see is a circle with a cross in it. That means that it's eternally temporary, which is kind of ironic, but that's Prakriti. But right here you see him holding this staff. He has a grip on the temporary, a grip on his physical life and how the patterns of the earth move, and most importantly, his impulsivity. And the circle sits on top, meaning that his head is on his shoulders now instead of in his pants, right? His head is on his shoulders now. He understands that the body is temporary and that this world is temporary, but his spirit is eternal. So he is guiding and leading the animal. And he's holding, of course, the orb, which represents jurisdiction over the world. It's time for you to put the kid stuff away. It's time to put away the impulsivity and just jump into doing whatever, just because you feel like it. It's time to put that. And look, I'm telling you what to do if what you want is to make it to the next level. You don't have to do any of this. But in order to be the one who sits on the throne, you've got to be on top of your impulsivity, because a message is coming very, very soon. Very, very soon, a message is coming. For those of you who are Gemini, I tell you what, Jupiter is in a great place right now. A message is coming. This is the Eight of Wands. This represents Mercury in Sagittarius. The moon right now is in Sagittarius. Mercury is speed, and Sagittarius is the sniper, right? So something that's coming very quickly, very quickly. These wands are the fire element, spiritual. Something's on its way. That's why this fire is being lit. That's why I'm telling you right now, you need to get right. You don't have long, you need to get right. And that thing that's coming is going to cause balance. It's going to cause justice. This card is represented by Libra. What is coming is going to serve justice, balance. So when we talk about balance, there shouldn't be anything that justice shouldn't scare you if you're on the right side of the law, right? When the folks come up the street, you won't have anything to be afraid of if you don't have anything to be afraid of. This is a general statement, of course, we know, da 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 da. But what I'm saying is, justice is coming, balance is coming, harmony is coming quickly. So you want to make sure that you're on the side that doesn't need to be sliced off. See that sword? So get yourself in balance before balance is forced upon you. Here we go. Here we go. Six of Cups. So there will be a shifting, right? This message that's coming quickly, this harmony, this balance, this justice, there's a shift coming quickly. Now, it could be money, it could be status, it could be whatever. You know specifically because you have these plans, you have these dreams, these goals. That's why I say if you want specifics, you'd have to get a more personalized reading. But each one of us have something that we're looking forward to. News is coming about that something. I know what I'm looking forward to. I know what I'm working on. News is coming about that thing. It's going to be hand delivered to you. And you got to be in a position to be able to accept it. You got to be in a position to have the capacity. So check it out, the World card. Now, we had the end of the minor arcana, the last card of the minor arcana. This is the last card of the major arcana. This is the graduation. This is someone who stands on that stage accepting their diploma. You might have plans for college. You might just be ready to go into the workforce. You might be whatever. But there's a series of cycles and patterns and things you've been stuck in that are coming to a close. In particular, there are mindsets, there are thought patterns that are coming to a close. We're done with it. You have gone through it enough times to have learned your lesson. It's time to move forward to the next. It's time to move forward to the next. Graduation time is here. As I said, specifically, just looking at these symbols, right when we move into Leo, that's the sun, the moon's going to be up here in Aquarius, right? So there's going to be a very fixed and certain graduation point. Get right. Get right. What happens if you don't get right, man? This is the Three of Swords. And the Three of Swords is represented by Saturn in Libra, right? Saturn in Libra. So what happens if you don't get right? What does Saturn represent? Saturn represents the disciplining, right? If you're out of line, you're going to get disciplined. And hell, here's the thing. Here's the thing. First of all, I said that discipline is choosing to make moves in favor of your future self as opposed to your right now self. In other words, you got that $500, you could spend it on a trinket or a toy or something to have fun with, or you can invest it and put it towards something that's going to pay you tomorrow. You have that choice. That's discipline, right? Discipline is making choices for your future self over your right now gratification self. That's discipline. Now, you can either have discipline imposed upon you or you can put it upon yourself. Which one do you think is going to be better? Which one do you think is going to be more useful and appropriate? Right? So we're talking about Saturn and Libra. Libra, again, is this justice, is this balance. Discipline is coming on that balance. Are you going to put that discipline on you or is it going to be imposed on you from the outside? Right? I'm not saying nothing crazy, off the wall, or nothing you've never heard before. What I am highlighting and pinpointing is that now is the time that these things need to be taken care of. Last card for this general reading, Two of Pentacles. Two of Pentacles. So we're talking about Jupiter and Capricorn. Jupiter and Capricorn. So the thing about this particular card is that there are going to be a lot of options on your plate. If you're somebody who's going to make this transition into this next phase in a very auspicious way, right? If you're doing everything you need to do and you make it to where you're trying to be, you're going to have a lot of options on your plate. And that's great. That's great. And I'm going to tell you something also right now. A lot of us also are going through some things right now that may be a surprise or something we didn't entirely expect, something that doesn't feel good, right? Something ain't working out. And you're, in a way, you're kind of scrambling and struggling and hoping you're going to find an answer before it's too late. I want you to have some faith in yourself. I want you to have some faith in this power that you're working with. I want you to have some faith in your soul and your spirit, and understand that you don't need to apply worry. You don't need to apply that kind of energy toward that situation. Focus on your path, focus on your journey, focus on the solution, not the problem, not the fear, not the doubt, right? Yeah, you might have got, you know, to have to go to court. You might have some money issues, right? You might have some drama going on. There might be something that kind of just popped up recently. But check this out. Have faith in what you're doing. It didn't mean that you screwed up, that you fucked up. It didn't mean any of that. This is all about energy. It's manifestations of energy. Energy goes up and down, just like this, just like them waves in the back. You can ride them waves when you're harmonized, when you're balanced on the inside, right? You're gonna have a lot of choices. You're gonna have a lot of choices. You're going to make the right choice. You're going to be able to balance these things that you're working with. There's going to be an expansion of work opportunities, right? We're talking about Jupiter and Capricorn. There's going to be an expansion of work opportunities. If you're somebody that's looking for work, you're going to be fine. If you're somebody who is creating work, you're going to be fine, right? There's going to be an abundance of opportunities in this next phase. And if you get all these, if you get this checklist right, if you let go of your old self and understand that there's nothing to fear, that what's leaving needs to go, right? If you understand that you're building a legacy, so focus on that. If you understand that you got to have the right people in your corner, you understand that there is going to be a transfer, a shift. There's going to be a balance. When that shift happens, it's coming quickly, right? There's a graduation. Understand that you got to have your instincts and your impulses and all of that little animal body stuff in order, right? To have discipline, right? Once you get all this stuff in alignment, and this ain't nothing new. This ain't like, oh, I got to remember all this, Trav. No, you've been working on this, or at least you should have been working on this. All this is coming up and building up to a point to where when these opportunities make it to your plate, you're going to be ready for them. You understand? Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? Did this make sense to you? Don't say yes if it didn't. When I went through these cards, did you see where in your life it applied to? I know a lot of y'all did, and I know a lot of y'all are already working on this. This is just confirmation. This is just confirmation. But we in there like swimwear. We in there like swimwear. And you think about swimwear, how in there is that? All the way in there. And that's where we at. That's where we at. I'm gonna put the death card on top. So consider your next move, because it better be your best move. Your next move, your best move. Consider that for a second, and I'm going to make sure that I got everybody in order. Geez Louise, I sure wish PayPal had a timestamp. No worries. Guess I'll have to use my psychic ability. Peace, Framestar. All right. All right. So next we're going to get into the personalized readings, individual readings. So if you are somebody that wants a specific message for yourself, tap the link that's pinned at the top of this comments. It's my Cash App link. Or if you don't do Cash App, you can use the PayPal. But so far, let's see who all we have in what order so I can let you know. All right, so far we've got Zero, we got Tony, we got Maestro, we got Patchwork, we got Digital Alchemist, we got Framestar. So if you want to get in on the list, now's a good time to do so. Zero, are you with us? Are you with us? You are going to be the first. So let me know, Zero. As I wait for Zero to respond, I'm just going to check some of the comments real quick. I ain't even been in the comments. I just been going. Excellent, excellent. Shout out to everybody that's been working on yourself. Shout out to everybody that's actually been applying the discipline to themselves. Because, that little voice that I talked about in the beginning, it's that voice that'll say, oh, well, we don't need to do it today. We can just do it later. We can take a break. You've been working hard, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, damn. Cars didn't come in. So remember you said you ordered your first pack. All right, all right. Coop the villain, peace, peace. Raf Salfami's peace. Raf Salfami says, looking at the events in the world, both political and in my own emotions, as well as even the behavior of the weather where I am, I had the death card in mind before the reading began. Yeah, man, we had a tornado warning the other day. That annoying ass alarm, rings through everybody's phone. I hate that. Valkaran, peace. But yeah, there was like some crazy lightning going on. And I thought this would be a perfect time to meditate, right? Because like the air is like being charged with this pure power, right? So I decided to tap in and start meditating. Some very interesting things happened. I'm glad I made the decision to do that. Same thing happened again today. So I found a new thing, meditation during thunderstorms. But that's probably because I usually just listen to nature sounds and rain and crickets and shit like that. I don't know what's going on with my music. From mantras to cosmic music to straight up crickets and bees. Wait, I think it's your fault, Anna Molly. You sent me that video of like 8 hours of bees in a beehive. And I've been on bugs ever since. Well, not bugs, but nature. All right, that's a lot of comments. So I'm just going to scroll through. Zero, you're up next. Zero, what is your moon sign, your sun sign, and your rising sign? Black Wraith, peace, peace. All right, so moon in Capricorn, sun Cancer, Leo ascended. All right, so are we doing a, is this going to be general or is this going to be specific? Let me know. Or should I say general or do you have a question? General or do you have a question? All right, so as I shuffle up these cards, shuffling them individually in big chunks, and I put them all in different places in this deck. So think them out in the same order. Supremacy McCoy says, I've been putting the whole block to bed, it seems, with the brown noise. Hey, man, look, because like I said, what got us here is not going to get us to where we're going. So there are going to have to be different ingredients in the soup that makes you. There's going to have to be some different ingredients at some point, right? I looked into the psychology of listening to crickets and swamp sounds, and I read that there's a level of primal safety that we get when we hear that. Because you got to think, out in nature, if there's a bunch of crickets and frogs chirping and stuff like that, when do they stop? They stop when something big is moving amongst them, right? They stop when there's a predator around because they don't want to be eaten. So in a way, if we're hearing frogs and crickets, it gives us a sense of safety because we feel like we're safe. They stop chirping and cricketing when there's a threat nearby. I thought that was pretty cool to learn. I was just thinking it was getting me tapped into the nature realm or whatever. Okay, so Leo and Moon in Capricorn, Sun in Cancer, Leo ascendant. Let's get with it. Thank you, Maestro. Maestro says I paid for two readings on the third of this month. One was for the collective. I could check the vid again, but I don't think you got around to it since it was near the end of the stream. You're right. I did not, but we can do that. We can do that. Highland says, is the other card Sagittarius? I see fire and the centaur, but not the word. It was before, but now this is Cancer, Leo, Capricorn. It was before, yes. All right, let's get to it. General reading. General reading for zero. Cancer Sun, Capricorn Moon, Leo Ascendant. So if you have any of those in your primary three, levels of this reading will apply to you. All right, so zero, it begins. It beginneth. All right, all right. So we're seeing justice. This card represents Libra. Libra is a harmonizing sign. And what I mean by that is present, present in your life is going to be this natural tendency to seek out mutual balance. So this is going to be within your environment. This is going to be with people around you. There's a natural tendency to look to make things fair, to look to make things even, to make sure that everything is well distributed. The Magician. Very nice. So we're talking about Mercury here. We're talking about the duality of life and death. That's what this card represents, the duality of life and death, and being able to adjust the flow of those two extremes and all extremes. And of course, the World card. I mentioned before about this being a card of graduation, a card of standing right on the threshold of the next level. So here it seems that your inner nature of being an even person, being somebody who does your best to keep things fair, to keep things equally distributed, right? Because that is one of the best qualities from my experience of the magician, to understand how to see from the center, not from one side or the other, because in doing so, it wouldn't be totally balanced because there will always be a bias. But being able to move your perspective to a place of evenness has allowed you to have a bit of luck on your path. And when I say luck, I mean that you probably have had more success than others, especially when it comes to these spiritual things. It almost seems like you've got a natural gift, a natural talent. It almost seems like you've got something helping you. Now, while you can say there might be a certain spirit that you might give the credit to, you can say that and understand that there's something about your natural algorithm, something about how you see the world and how you move through the world that's giving you this balance, this neutrality. Now, the great thing is, this has positioned you towards this graduation, this state that I mentioned in the general reading. So it seems that your natural gifts have got you to this point. 11, 11, 11, 11. Let's keep going. Interesting. Sassy Jazzy, check the link pinned in the top of the comments. Let's keep going. The Emperor returns. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Here we go with this. Okay, there we go. So, speaking on this graduation, right? That's where we are currently. That's where you are currently. And moving into this next phase, as I said before, is going to require you to have some discipline over your impulses. It's going to require you to have some discipline over your impulses because as you advance in the spiritual path, in the East, they say you begin to unlock siddhis. In the West, we say you start to acquire powers. Well, the thing is, as you begin to understand the cycles and patterns of nature, you begin to have influence over the cycles of and patterns of nature. Now, there's a lot of cycles. There's a lot of patterns. And the further you go, the higher you go, you start to realize that there are patterns of the patterns. There are master patterns, so to speak. And in order to really have a grasp on that information, you're going to have to be able to have self-control, self-mastery, and self-discipline. Because when you're dealing with influence, subtle influence, that's a big responsibility. And I say big responsibility because if it isn't managed properly, you will bring harm to yourself or the people around you. So it's time to take this natural harmony and balance of yours, this natural ability to kind of delegate energies, delegate people. It's time to take that to the next level and apply it to yourself. The next step is to harmonize yourself. And I mean the animal body under the higher self. Because you're stepping into a place now worthy of celebration. The Three of Cups is symbolized by Mercury in Cancer. Mercury in Cancer. So Cancer, we know being this water sign. We talked a lot about it being a very protective sign, a time for regeneration, for rejuvenation. And with Mercury being there, there's a lot of conversation there. In other words, this is a safe place to let your guard down, a safe place to, molt your shell and shed your skin. It's a safe place to do that. Home, family, right? Security and safety. The crickets chirping, because there's no predators around, which is a beautiful thing. This is a perfect environment for you to grow. And check this out. The Ace of Swords. What needs to be focused on right now in this incubator, in this safe place to grow, what needs to be focused on right now are two things. Number one, self-discipline, a growing self-discipline. You want to perfect that. It'll take time, but get started. This and this, the acquisition of the right ideas and the right knowledge. There's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of people who make stuff up. There's a lot of people who misunderstand and try to teach. You're going to have to acquire right knowledge, because it is with knowledge that we move forward. We move forward with knowledge. Anyone who's a millionaire knows things that a hundredaire does not know, right? A billionaire knows things that a millionaire does not know. A trillionaire knows things that a billionaire does not know. Knowledge is what gets us into different rooms, different relationships. Right knowledge is going to get you right where you need to be. Wrong knowledge is going to keep you confused and silly. So work on self-discipline, self-mastery, and right knowledge. Learn discernment, because as you grasp right knowledge, you will accelerate much faster. And since you're in this space now where it's safe for you to do so, where it's comfortable for you to do so, since you're here, you want to make sure that you're trying your best to focus on that. You want to make sure that you're trying your best to focus on that. All right? All right, that's your message, Zero. Self-discipline, the acquisition of right knowledge. All right, all right. Zero says that was one of my biggest problems. Wrong knowledge. Ask yourself, how do you get right knowledge? Somebody once said, success leaves clues. Somebody said, success leaves clues. Perhaps if there's something that you want to know more about, what I like to do is to find somebody who already knows it and lives it, right? Somebody who already knows the information that I want to know and actually utilizes it. Because, like I said, success leaves clues. They are going to be doing things and making moves that perhaps I wouldn't have thought of. I always give my example of playing a certain video game. And I once got into a lobby with these damn near professionals, and I observed how they moved through the game, doing things that I would have never thought of. Simple things too. They streamlined. They didn't loot for 100. They didn't loot for half the game and then get killed and drop all the loot. They jumped right in, took what they had available to them, and moved strategically. Right knowledge. All right. All right. So, Tony, Fat Tony, you are up next. Oh, nice. MC Maestro says, I forgot who in the middle medieval period uttered, luck is the residue of design. That's a good one. Luck is the residue of design. Amen. All right, so Tony says general. Cool. Oh. All right. All right. So we can do money. We can do money. All right. So this justice card keeps coming back. Okay, so justice represents Libra, balance, Libra, the scales. Now you talked about money. Let's talk about these two together so far. So we've got the Five of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles represents Mercury and Taurus. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe in the last reading I did for you, we pulled this Five of Pentacles. Correct me if I'm wrong. The key word here was being left out in the cold, right? Left out in the cold. We think about the astrology behind this card. Mercury moves. Mercury needs to move. Move, 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 move. And if we're talking about money here, so does money. Money does not do well when it's stagnant. Now check this out. Check this out. We've got Mercury in Taurus. So Taurus is a very, very stable and fixed sign. In fact, Taurus is a sign that has a lot to do with fertility and gardening and planting seeds. So let's try to rectify that in terms of this being about money. Taurus is about patience, about planting seeds, about gardening, farming, and abundance. Abundance over disciplined work and disciplined time. Just like a bull slowly plows the field so the seeds can be planted. And perhaps Mercury wants things to come a lot faster than they actually do. Perhaps the thoughts are moving faster than the physical patterns. And maybe that's what's causing this feeling of being left out in the cold. Maybe that's what's causing this feeling of, is anything actually happening? Where is it going, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe there's a feeling of impatience, is what I'm getting at. Perhaps there's a feeling of impatience. I like that. Supremacy McCoy says, justice ain't never left my side, because here she is on the right. So, in between the two is the Chariot, which is a card that represents Cancer. So, when we think about Cancer and this card, the Chariot, this represents movement. Movement. You'll see the square on his chest, which we can see as the earth element. The earth element. So it seems that there's a fluctuation here, a movement here between one state and the other state, between this Five of Pentacles and this balance. This Five of Pentacles and this balance. And I think that the movement satisfies the Mercury aspect, but it brings conflict with the Taurus aspect. In other words, the movement, the circulation, and the circulation of this money, it feels good mentally. It feels good in the thought process. It feels good as far as it looks like a certain thing. But on the Taurus aspect, on the earthly aspect, maybe it doesn't look like the same thing. On the physical plane, it doesn't look like the same thing in the mental plane, is what I'm saying. So let's bring balance to that. Page of Wands. Perhaps there's a new direction that needs to be taken. Perhaps there's a new direction that needs to be taken. A new investment. A new way to move this money. Something told me to kind of line these up and unveil them the way that I did. And with this page being underneath the Chariot, it looks like there might need to be a new direction or new way to move when it comes to finances. In order to bring some balance to this process of, we can say, up sometimes and down sometimes, very up sometimes, very down sometimes, in order to kind of harmonize that up down cycle. Because the current path is working, there just seems to be some conflict between what you're thinking and what it actually looks like. So maybe we need to try a new approach. Maybe we need to try a new approach. So maybe we need to try a new approach. Because we got the Six of Wands, which represents Jupiter and Leo. Jupiter and Leo. Victory. And then we've got this Four of Cups, which represents the moon in Cancer. I'm seeing some recurring signs here. So when I say it might need to move in a new direction, there might need to be a new strategy implemented. There might be a new investment that might need to be taken. There's something new that you might want to be looking at. And it appears that the options are already there. This isn't something that, I wonder what's coming. This is something that you're already aware of. And perhaps because we've got this victory on this side moving towards this, perhaps this new option is something that you've already had success with. Maybe there's something that you had success with in the past that was great, but for some reason you went a different direction. Let me know how that sounds. Perhaps there was something that maybe you started not long ago, but kind of drifted away from it. And here we go again with the Leo. Strength. Okay. So Fat Tony says just getting back into it. It seems like that's the right move. Says had a good week in the market. It seems like that's the right move. Because what we have here with the strength card is a lot like the Emperor card in the disciplining and the taming of the animal, the beast. This strength card is finding the power of the animal self, finding the power of the lower self, not beating it, not fighting it, not dominating it, but coming into a sense of harmony with it so that you can utilize its strength. Perhaps in this case, we're talking about emotions, expectations. Perhaps we're talking about that Mercury aspect in the Taurus. Maybe the impatience. Maybe there's a way to harmonize, to harness and utilize that impatience to your benefit. I read yesterday, uh, a teacher said that money loves speed. I thought about it. And I can see it being true. Perhaps the level of impatience that you might have been feeling could be applied somewhere else. And learning how to master this aspect of yourself, you're going to find a sense of strength, a sense of confidence as we move into this Leo season. Philip, peace, peace. It actually is Andros. So let me know what you think about this, Tony. Does this give you some insight, perhaps, on what steps need to be taken next? Cool, cool. I can see how it applies to me, but I'm trying to keep it neutral for you, basically. I think that if we feel impatient about a certain thing and how it's moving, I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing. I would say that is the energy within us that's moving in that particular direction might be better suited for another direction, a direction that's more up to pace. If it's up to pace, then you won't feel impatient with it. All right. All right. In other words, if you're someone who likes fast, heavy metal, you might get a bit annoyed by very slow dance music, right? Maybe you got to find something that's more on your speed because that's where you will excel. Okay. All right. So MC Maestro, MC Maestro. What are we going with this time, MC Maestro? All right. I'm going to do this. Why y'all piss that man off, Maestro? Why y'all make that man have to cuss? I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to learn in silence. Cool, cool. Fat Tony says thanks. It registers. Awesome, awesome. He was already wanting to. Yeah, yeah. I understand how it goes. You're right. You're right. In fact, I was gonna mention something like that to you, but you know, I'm sure that you were observant enough to put that together. I was gonna ask something about how isn't there, isn't it a Sith thing to utilize the pain and the anger as power, maybe even to the point of inflicting it upon themselves? All right. All right. Just to let everybody know where we're at, we've got Maestro here next, followed by Patchwork, Digital Alchemist, and Framestar. Patchwork, Digital Alchemist, and Framestar. If you are somebody who would like to get a personal reading for you in your situation, you can donate at the link that is pinned at the top of the chat. But so far, we've got Maestro that we're doing now, Patchwork, Digital Alchemist, and then Framestar. All right, let's go. Moon Goddess, peace and greeting. Peace and greetings. All right, so of course, if you have any of these signs in your chart, especially in your top three, sun, moon, or ascendant, there very well will be something for you. Moon Goddess says, greetings, beloved, greetings. How did you find this channel? I'm curious. Curious to know how you got here. Is it from YouTube Shorts? Is it from the homepage, from Instagram? Let me know. All right, so let's go. Let's go. One Goddess says, I was checking out the video, the 72 Demons of King Solomon, and came across your videos. Oh, yeah. That seems to be my most popular one since since 2017. Maybe I should get back on it, huh? Makita Little says, YouTube Shorts. Okay, cool. All right. Maestro. Labor intensive. That's the weather today. You've got a lot of work on your plate. A lot of things that you've been putting into practice. And I'm sure that by now you begin to feel the burden on your back. And perhaps you've got the mental and emotional fortitude to not let that slow you down. In fact, it's almost certain that you have the mental and emotional fortitude to not let the burden slow you down, because those very same sticks that constitute the burden, the very same ones, are those that are used for this celebration. Now, the celebration more than likely is already in progress, or at least it's beginning to show signs of sparking up. Six of Wands, symbolized by Jupiter in Leo, and of course the 10 is Saturn in Sagittarius. So we begin with limitation and restriction and discipline, right? Discipline of our focus, that's at Sagittarius. And that discipline of focus leads to an expansion of this sense of self, this sense of purpose and identity, right? And when we talk about purpose and identity, most people don't know who they are. Not really. Most people wear a mask, right? Because growing up, we're told what we're not able to do. We're told that we're never going to do this or that. We're given labels and told that we are this, we are that. Peace, motion. Have a good evening. So that creates an inferior sense of self. Then we spend the next couple of years over exaggerating, overcompensating, creating a mask of what we want people to see us as, because we spent all this time being told that we're not the things that we want to be and we're never going to be able to do the things that we do. So we create a mask to overcompensate. And most people never get rid of that mask. Most people are still saying things, doing things, and posting things in hopes that other people will see them in this special way. But then there's the true self that's behind underneath and beyond both of those. That sense of self is the type of ego that I'm talking about when we mention Leo. And it seems like you've been doing the work to connect with that sense of true self. That work in specific we call shadow work. And that work inevitably leads to victory because when you identify with that version of the self instead of the weak or the overcompensating, when you deal with this honest self, you start making moves that the honest self would make. And I think what that's done for you is it's opened up new avenues of emotional exchange. New avenues of emotional exchange. You've become a little bit more in tune with the sensitive aspect of yourself, with your feelings, with your heart, with how you connect with people, with how you connect with yourself. You learn to be a bit more gentle when it's required, and you've also learned to be strict without overcompensating. Because, again, when you know the true self, you begin to behave in honesty as opposed to an illusion. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to screenshot that. How do I save that? I was wrong about the Ars Goetia in all caps. Yeah, man, that'll give me 3,000 views on day one. I'm a pace and lead it all the way. All right. Meet you all the way. Randy says divination is sin. Repent. Well, so is beating your meat to Pornhub, but that ain't stopping you, Randy. Go back to Pornhub, Randy. All right. Oh, there's our recurring card. Okay. Okay, I see a story here. I see a story here. So, heavy burden, victory in finding the true self, Jupiter and Leo, new connection with the heart. So, on this next level, we've got this left and the cold card, this Five of Pentacles, which is represented by Mercury and Taurus. And I think I've got a new definition for this is impatience, a sense of impatience, a sense of the mind moving so much faster than the body doing its thing, but the mind moving at 400 miles per hour. Kind of like trying to read, you know? I think that's part of why it's hard for some people to focus because their brain is going faster than their eyes can follow the words on the page. I studied some speed reading books and they talk about how when we sub vocalize, it slows down our reading. And sub vocalize is when you actually look at the words on a paper and you say it in your head and then you like process it as you're reading. That slows us down tremendously. Randy. So if we move on to the Three of Pentacles, this is going to be Mars and Capricorn. So look, we're back at the hard work. We're back at the hard work. Mars in Capricorn. So with this newfound self-discipline, or I should say this continually honed and sharpened and shaped self-discipline towards work ethic, what we find is that this Mars energy that's pushed through the channel of Capricorn, we see that there is legacy being built. And we might still be at the foundation stages, but something is being built to last. Something's being built to last. Now, in the general reading that I gave, we talked about that Ten of Pentacles. We talked about, is what you're doing right now something that you will be proud of in the future? Is what you're doing right now something that's going to lead you to a legacy you can look back on from a comfortable seat? Or is it a legacy you're going to look back on on a struggle bus? It seems that the actions that you've been making right now are pointing yourself towards the best outcome possible, and you know that, which is why you're doing it. And it seems like your journey is smooth, right? You're not having as much struggle as somebody else would. In fact, it seems that Fortuna smiles upon you. It seems that gracious mother with deep pockets, we can call her Lakshmi, we can call her Prakriti. Queen of Pentacles, it seems that as the king has the idea for the plan, it's the queen that organizes and arranges the plan. Keep in mind that what it is that you're building, you're not going to be the one doing the thing. You're going to be the one that is delegating other forces to do the thing for you. So as you build this temple of yours, as you build this church of yours, as you build this legacy of yours, understand that you're building it not with you to be in it, right? You are not part of this building. You're here to oversee this structure. It must function with or without you. Keep that in mind. All this labor that you're putting together is for something that is going to endure. And as you've come into touch with your true self, your ego has no problem with understanding that. Your ego has no problem with understanding that what you've built is meant to outlast even you. Celebrate. Celebrate. And once and for all, Ace of Swords, man. Ace of Swords. Just like what was said to Zero, grab the right idea, right knowledge, right knowledge. Just like what is talked about in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, right thinking, right knowledge. That's what's going to get you there so much faster. That's what's going to get all of us there so much faster. If we're not there yet, it's simply because we haven't acquired the right understanding. Understand this. You don't need to get anything new. There's not a new book. There's not a new course. There's not a new thing that exists outside of your sphere. It's already there. You just need to point your eyes to it, become aware of it, grasp it, utilize it, right? That goes for you. That goes for me. That goes for anybody else who this right here is resonating with. If you're building something important, right now at this stage of the game, mama smiles on you, and you've already got your lunch bag packed. You got apples in there. You got your favorite sandwich, right? You got a little bag of chips, cookies, soda pop. She put a little cupcake in there, right? You got everything you need. You just need to open up that box and take a look and understand it. Right thinking, right knowledge. That also means right perspective. All right? That's where you are. That's where you are. That's where you are. A Beautiful Place says, how do you surrender the ego in regards to pride, resentment, and injustice, lack of resources? Well, I can only speak generally here because there's a specific answer for those specific things, but generally sounds like an attachment issue, an attachment and an identity issue. What are you attached to? Who do you identify as? Because I don't feel a sense of pride that needs to be dampened. I don't feel resentment. I don't feel injustice about lack of resources. Now, I didn't say I don't experience those things because for sure I do. Everyone, well, a lot of people do. But it's who you identify as and how you are attached to certain things that's going to cause you to tell this story of, you know, I am in resentment and I've been injusticed against, and, I need to surrender my ego. It's, examine the story that you've written, that you follow, that has that as the script for your character, and then adjust that script to where those things are no longer true. Because they're not true, they don't exist. You're making them exist because you believe in that. Please understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the things didn't happen to you. I'm saying that the story that you've written about those things, that's what's causing it to be perpetuated. Serious Suit Triple Eight, peace. Serious Suit says, thanks, Travis. I just been here for a few minutes, but this is on point. Hey, peace, peace, man. I don't think I'm getting back on Apex. Just to let you know. I had a rule once upon a time that I only play one game, specifically because games take up a lot of time. As I started branching out, man. But yeah, it's mostly my son that's on. If it's not Fortnite, then it's my son. All right. Serious Suit says, am coming to Fort. Come on in. Come on. We are looking for a new team member, so we'd be happy to, you know, see if you could make a good fit. If not, it's all good. But these randoms ain't cutting it. Let me see. Maestro says, what's with the Lego Fortnite? I thought it was a lot of fun. I spent many hours on it myself. Personally, I think it's kind of relaxing. You have your own little world and you create your stuff. You can make your own storyline with it. They got Star Wars in there. The lightsaber is probably the best weapon in Lego Fortnite, anyways. There's a new update coming with some new stuff in it. I like it. I like it. It's just I don't need to be playing these games out that much. I'll stay on that thing for hours. I had to tone it back. Sheesh. I had to tone that thing back. Charlie Rain, peace, peace. Okay, so we got Patchwork next. We have Patchwork next. And if you, my friends, would like a personal reading, you can donate to the link pinned to the top of the comments. And Patchwork, let me know if you would like a general reading or a specific reading about a specific question. beautiful place says, thank you. Yes, that makes sense. I guess how do you overcome abandonment and trust issues? I feel left out with no net, but me and my triggers. Well, again, this is something that is going to take more than a quick comment on YouTube to solve. I can point you in the right direction, like with the last comment. It's about your identity. Like, listen to what I'm saying and look these words up and see how they apply to you. Your identity. What's that mean? Right? What does that mean when I say your identity? Who are you? What do you call yourself? How do you refer to yourself? What's your past that you've been outlining, right? What are you saying when you look in the mirror? We want to focus on the people around us and the things that they do, but in truth, the answer is going to be with what you're telling yourself. Oops. And once you get to a point where you start to change that story into something that works, something that's useful and appropriate. Once you start to get to a point where you adjust that story to where it's useful and appropriate, you can look at those people who did you wrong, who abandoned you, who broke your trust. You can look at them with a level of understanding and compassion, saying, you know what? These individuals, these human beings, they're not monsters, they're not evil. They are creatures just like me who are seeking to end their suffering in the best way they can. And they made choices, didn't agree with me, and I don't agree with, but they did it because they were human beings trying to end their suffering. And if you can say that with honesty and understand that, you can't resent them anymore, because that's the truth. Everyone is a creature trying to escape their suffering. A lot of these creatures do some stupid shit, but they're still creatures trying to escape their suffering. In other words, it's not personal. Even though it happened to you, it's not personal. People are fighting their own stories, right? If I get mad at you and punch you, I'm punching this idea in my head. I don't even know you. We don't know each other. We know the stories that we tell ourselves about each other. You get what I'm saying? All right. So Patchwork says general. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So after Patchwork, we got Digital Alchemist. Digital Alchemist, are you still here? Digital Alchemist. And then we got Framestar. Animali says, good stuff tonight. Been making a small army of salad rolls and egg rolls. Salad rolls. I'm not sure what a salad roll is, but I'm going to assume that it's like an egg roll, but with salad in it. It's been a minute since I've been on here. It's been a lot of things that I've been thinking about. But I bet you have had even more things on your mind. All right. Sparkling. Does anybody else drink sparkling water? Just me. I figured. I love it, man. I used to have a fridge full of sodas and heavy sugary drinks, but I wanted to kind of change my diet and have as little uh, adverse influences as possible, right? So I went with the sparkling water just to kind of cut out some of that syrupy sugar. I don't know. I grew to like it. Shit, I used to throw back shots of liquor raw, so the taste ain't no problem with me. I used to throw back gin and Hennessy and vodka, tequila, raw, no chaser. So the taste ain't nothing to me. I actually enjoy the sparkling water. Charlie Rain says sparkling water has a vast selection now. Yeah, right, right. All, all the flavors, man. I got a selection of 12 different. Even my son likes it. He probably drinks it because I do, but hey, I'd rather him drink that than soda syrup. Raw. Hillwood says, I kind of want to fall in love with my negative side. I feel like I never let the kid roam free. Maybe the next step to balance. I don't know. Fuck it. Do that. Do exactly that until you can't do it no more. Because here's the thing, even if you decide not to do it and try to fight it, that part of you still wants to breathe and get some fresh air. You have to let it out. If it exists within you, this goes for everybody. Whatever it is that exists within you, it must come out. Better it to come out under your control than for it to come out when you don't expect it. You dig? Oh my God. Philip says drinking half gallons of Burnett's back in the day. Or Mad Dog. Man, don't even get me started on the Four Locos. You remember the Four Loco? Anybody remember the Four Loco? They had to take that shit off the market. Obama had to take that off the market, boy. That stuff almost had me. I almost killed myself on that stuff multiple times. I am so glad those days are out of my system. All right. Mm. Philip said those Four Locos got us laid though. Shoot, man. Speak for yourself. Ain't do nothing but make me look stupid. Maestro says I tried new gin and me and my friends threw up. Yeah, it's not the same, man. It ain't the same. Serious Suit says, nah, Trav, the Bing Bing Mad Dog was crazy. Oh man. The Bing Mad they had a collaboration. Shit. Kevin Wise, peace. Kevin Wise says, I drink the sparkling water sometimes, but do like to try poppy for good health, gut health, and Buffalo Rock drink. Yeah, those are good too. Sunshine Chick put me on the poppy. All right, Patchwork. Let's get to this reading. All right, here we go. Page of Swords. So, there's been a few readings where we talked about the Ace of Swords and taking hold of right knowledge. The Page of Swords is an initiate of right knowledge. The Page of Swords has a taste of that right knowledge, so he's living in it. He's not living in it at the highest level, but he's living in it. What I mean by that is, we talked about money, right? Millionaire, entrepreneur, business owner, that kind of thing. Well, to operate in those levels, there's certain knowledge that you have, understand, and implement, right? Because one thing that I've learned, because I study those things as well, the information is the same. Thank you. Thank you, Sassy Jazzy. The information is the same. And I noticed this pattern too, even with people like Brother Panic. The stuff that was taught in his videos was the same thing that was taught in his classes. And a lot of these entrepreneurs that I follow very closely, there's a lot of information that they speak about on their free content that they also speak about in their paid content. So I started noticing that pattern, and at first I'm like, oh man, this is some kind of gimmick. But then I realized something. It's not the information, bro. The information is there for everybody. The difference is the level of implementation. So when these people get up here and they talk about how to start a business, how to become a millionaire, how to do XYZ, they're giving you all of the sauce, all of it. But they also know that you don't have the capacity to take action on that. Hence why there's so many people who subscribe to those channels and that content, but don't do the thing, right? They don't do the thing. And I've noticed that as I've grown and moved forward in life, I can look back at the stuff that I learned in my early day. Like, I bought books on how to become a YouTube channel and how to get a YouTube award and all this other stuff. And I look back and the information is the same. It's just back then I read it and I understood the words, but I didn't understand it until after I actually been through some things. Until I was until I actually put my foot on the path. Right. Speaking of which, peace, J Baldhale. Peace. J Baldhale said something really cool. He said there's a difference between looking at the path and seeing it and actually being on the path and walking it. Which one are you? You got to be able to identify. So when we talk about this Page of Swords, this is someone who has the information, who can see the path, and they've also taken the steps to be on the path. Right? So right there, that sword separates them from the people who are on the outside looking in. How you gonna hate from outside the club? How you gonna hate on your sod and you and Malkuth? Ashley Beeman, peace. That piff. Wasn't that a website for like mixtapes? Thanks, J Baltail. Zero says Bruce Lee says you not only need knowledge, you must apply. All right, so Patchwork, this is for you. An initiate on the path of right knowledge. There's some information that you have that you've actually put into practice. You're walking it, right? You're putting some of these things into play. You are getting firsthand wisdom off the knowledge that you've probably had in your possession for quite a while. Look who wants to make themselves known abundantly clear tonight. Justice, right? So you've taken steps on this path, and it seems as if this energy of justice, this Libra energy, oh, that's your moon, this Libra energy of becoming one who sits on the center, on the fulcrum. See, the Libra is symbolized by the scale, right? The scales. Well, it's not the content of what's in the scale. That doesn't matter because it could be anything. It's not what's in the scale. It's the fulcrum of the scale itself, that thing in the middle that keeps the balance, or should I say, indicates whether something is in balance or out of balance. That's what Libra represents. When I say fulcrum, right, I'm talking about that thing in the middle, right there. When you hang that scale, it's the tool that lets you know whether something is balanced or not. See, back in the day, they didn't have these digital scales. You had to actually put it on the. So that's this Libra energy. That's this justice here. Being able to have balance and keep it, right? To keep it. And it's not necessarily what is in balance, it's being the tool itself. Life is going in those cups, those left or the right cups. And notice that sword there. Why do you think the sword is necessary? Again, we got the sword, initiate on that path. Got a hold of that right knowledge, of that good knowledge, and putting it into play. I'll tell you, the sword is for cutting away the excess. See, most people aren't mature enough to do this. But when you are able to hold this energy of the justice card, you're able to cut away the excess yourself as opposed to having to wait for life to do it for you. Because when life does it, it doesn't feel good. You ever have life take away something from you that was a distraction from your purpose? You ever have life slice away something that you've been holding on to that you knew you should have let go of long ago? How does that feel? How did that feel to you? How did that feel to you? And look who else makes a comeback. The world. The world. I learned something else, right? I've been back on my educational entrepreneur marketing studies, right? Just been engrossing myself in these books and these videos, classes. And there's definitely a shift of understanding life depending on who's teaching you, right? And one of the shifts specifically that I'm talking about right now in regards to this graduation is that when we're outside looking in, we think it's hard to have success. We think it's hard to make achievements. We think it's hard to change ourselves because we make a list of all these things we have to do. But more often than not, if you really break down and analyze everything you do right now, and then you analyze exactly how much of that is directly linked to what you would call success. For example, if you're someone who bakes cupcakes for a living. You bake these cupcakes and you sell them. Look at the whole process. You buy ingredients, you actually mix the cupcakes and bake them, you package them up, you advertise on Facebook, or you put a little sign in front of the door, right? And then you have a cash register and you sell your cupcakes. If you look at all that stuff you have to do, and of course, you got your paperwork and you got to manage your employees, you got all that stuff to do. If you look at all those things, how many of those things are directly related to the increase of income? How many of those steps make the money? Buying the cupcake ingredients, baking the cupcake, is that what makes the money? Making sure that the colors of the countertop are specifically, and making sure that the font in the ad and the making sure that you got Photoshop to make your pictures, like, is that what makes the money? Or perhaps telling people that you have cupcakes for sale and then selling it to them. That's literally what makes the money. Telling people you have the cupcakes and then selling them those cupcakes. Everything else is extra. But that right there is what makes this business an actual business. And if the business owner, my first job as trying to be a marketer back in 2017, I think it was for this self-owned business, the woman who actually made cupcakes. Um, it was a great lesson for myself. It didn't go very well, but I was a marketer for this lady that made cupcakes. Didn't last long, but one of the most powerful lessons. Extremely embarrassing. I'm not going to tell you what happened, but I'll tell you it was embarrassing. Um, but when a person, her specifically, if she were to focus most of her time and energy on making these Facebook ads that sold her cupcakes, that little piece alone would have amplified her income. But to focus on the other stuff like decorating the shop and making sure that you're making memes or whatever, if all the energy is put into that, those things don't make the money. So the business, hell, is going to stay the same or even shrink. What I'm saying is, right knowledge applied to the right place can cause rapid expansion. Rapid expansion. If you put all your attention on what color the wallpaper of your store is and the countertops, you only have so much energy and so much time in a day. That's not going to make any change to the income. It's going to make your ego feel good because you got a pretty pink countertop now instead of a blue one. But if that same energy is applied towards making ads specifically for people who love cupcakes and perhaps getting information on what kind of cupcakes people like and making those specifically and selling those specifically to the people that want them, you see what I'm saying? When our time and our energy is put exactly where it's supposed to be, that can cause an explosion of growth because you're applying your energy to the things that are important for growth. So what I'm saying here is stepping foot on this path with right knowledge. The graduation stage is going to come so much faster than it would if you were not on the path to begin with. So in other words, if you're out here, let's say that your goal is to understand how magic works so that you can start to manifest the life that you want, right? You start to attract your job, attract your lover, attract your body health. You can attract the life that you literally envision, right? Let's say you don't know anything about magic. You don't know any meditations, any rituals, any mantras. You don't know any mindset stuff, but you want those things. It's going to take you a very long time to get them. And then when you actually learn the tools, the techniques, the mindset shifts, when you start to learn how all these things work, the graduations phase will come so much faster because you're putting your energy in the right place with right knowledge. with right knowledge. That was my first marketing job. And I walked into that lady's office with my little blazer suit jacket and unbuttoned shirt, trying to tell her that, yeah, I'm one of the best in town at doing this. Oh my God. Didn't know shit. Never worked with an actual business before. And I'm trying to tell this woman that I'm the best around. Now she wasn't born yesterday. It was a very humbling experience, I'll tell you that. Okay, Destiny. Destiny, I got you on the list. Okay. So, Patchwork, with this right knowledge, with being the actual balancing scale yourself, right? This isn't a tool that you own. This is you being able to weigh the different energies in your life in a way that's useful and appropriate. With you being able to do that, you're heading towards this next phase much faster than you were previously. Now, before, when I pulled this card, I spoke about building something that's going to stand the test of time. This card is represented by the energies of Mars and Capricorn. So it seems that now you're able to focus this time and this effort of yours towards building something that's going to last. Maybe you finally started to work on your personal business, or this could be related to your hobby of playing guitar. Whatever it is, you're building something that is that you have intentions to continue on into the future. And this is good because this is something that is a source of inspiration, a dream that you have, per se. This card is symbolized by the energies of Aquarius. There's a dream, there's a hope, and as you can see, I'll let you observe that for yourself. There's a certain similarity here. When I said look at the Justice card, I said that you are the fulcrum, you are the balancing scale. It's not what's in the scale, it's the fact that you've become the scale. And look at her. It's as if she is a balancing scale, distributing and delegating these waters into the ocean and onto the land. And this is a card that symbolizes this dream of yours, this thing that you're building, this thing that you're working on, this thing that you're putting your Mars energy through Capricorn in order to create. This thing is not only going to feed your spirit, but it seems that somewhere down the line, this is going to feed others. This is going to feed others. It may not seem like it right now, but it seems like what this thing that you're pouring your energy through is going to end up being bigger than yourself. And what a beautiful opportunity. What a beautiful opportunity worthy of celebration that you're able to build something that helps not only you, but helps somebody else. This Three of Cups is represented by Mercury in Cancer, right? So we're talking about your mind, your thought process, you being able to solve these issues, not only for yourself, but for others. Cancer is a sign that a part of its well being has to do with the well being of the people around you, the people that you care about. You're on the path to self mastery. You're on the path to accelerate your evolution. You're on the path to come into a state of harmony with your physical body, your mental body, emotional body, spiritual body, so that you can be the balancing scale yourself. You're building something in the physical world. It could be a business, it could be a hobby right now. There's something that you're building in the physical world that's going to expand to the point that it's able to help other people. And it feeds you as well. Stick with that. Whatever it is that you're doing here, it doesn't seem like anything needs to change. Keep going. Keep going. And this would be an example of investing your energy and your time into something that you can be proud of, right? A legacy that you could be proud of. The discipline of making moves for yourself tomorrow, making moves for your tomorrow self, making moves for your future self, as opposed to your I want McDonald's today self. So let me know, Patchwork. Let me know how that sounds. Let me know how that goes for you. Palacio asks, how was your day? Thanks for asking, Palacio. It was all right. It was all right, I guess. Much better once I started this live stream. All right. Patchwork says I have been building my kingdom. All right. Were you able to see something here that sheds some insight on what you've been working on? Nooney's Universe. Peace, peace. All right. All right. Digital Alchemist. Digital Alchemist. You are next. Zero says the energy of the general reading is present in all readings, so strong. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like well, yeah, that's what it is, right? The general reading, it sets the tone. It sets the not even sets it. It describes the underlying energy behind everyone and everything right now. I mean, not everyone on all of planet Earth, but everyone that's connected to this, you know, we're all a part of something that we might not be aware of. When I say we all, I mean specifically the people who watch these videos. People who don't watch these videos, this really doesn't have much to do with. But yeah, I get the benefit of hearing all the readings and seeing how they all apply to me. So, because you got to remember, even though these are specific readings for specific people, we all have these different signs in our charts. So they all apply to all of us listening here in some degree. Digital Alchemist. Digital Alchemist. Let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. Ah, I love it. I love when I pull these cards and like there's something there that I guess I have to guess on because it doesn't make sense to me, but it ends up being extremely accurate for you. It's part of the game, I suppose. All right, so I know Digital Alchemist was here earlier. Moon Goddess says, am I on your list by any chance, beloved? You can be. Check the link that's pinned to the top of these comments. Um, let's see here. Who all do I have? Okay, so no, I don't think so. But if you would like to be, just make a link, send a donation to the link that is pinned in the top of the comments. Okay, there we are. Digital Alchemist. All right, so general reading. There we go. Waterloo. Tropical fruit. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. You know who I haven't seen in a while? I haven't seen the devil card in a while. All these horns here, I'm thinking about the devil card. All right. General reading. Okay. All right. We got some new faces. You always messing with the devil. The Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles. Now, tonight I've seen a lot of impatience. I could even say that this Knight of Pentacles would be the opposite. For sure. The Knight of Pentacles, this would be the opposite of that Five of Pentacles left out in the cold card. So we're talking about patience. We're talking about moving carefully, moving slowly, observing the field, right? Taking notice of all the elements that are in play before making a move. And here's what's really interesting about this. At the same time, you've got this very non attached nature to yourself. Dare I even say whimsical? The way that you're able to see the world as full of opportunities as opposed to full of problems. That's a rare perspective these days. So we've got patience, we've got an open mind, non attached, unfixed. Hmm. And here we have the Hanged Man. And I see this as a card of enlightenment. But mainly, speaking of perspective, I see this card as clear perspective. Clear perspective. The energies behind this card are symbolized by the water element. The water element, and not exactly the same water element as the cups of the tarot, but a more spiritual water element. In fact, this represents a more spiritual type of the air element. So we're talking about purity here. There's a certain purity that comes with your patience. Some people plot and scheme, and they're patient because it's based on some type of sense of greed or some sense of revenge. But it seems like this patience that you're experiencing right now is the result of clarity. Clarity. Untethered. Untethered. But I wonder what it is that's grounding you. What is it? And you don't have to answer it here, but at least think for yourself. Even with your nature being very free, there's still a part of you that is able to be down to earth, to be grounded. What is it that connects you to this world? What is it that connects you to life, making goals, having aspirations? What's behind your patience? Ah, so we have here the Nine of Wands. Now, I always see this card as battle worn, battle tested. This guy's been on the front lines. I've seen the horrors of war, right? He knows what goes on the other side of the fence. He's not a fool. And even though he's seen the worst, been beat across the head once or twice, he still stands firm. Might need a little bit of support with that stick, but he's still standing tall. He's still doing what he's supposed to do and what he has to do. Could that be behind the patience? Could the patience be dealing with these energies that we talked about as far as, shedding the shell, being vulnerable? Maybe you're not in a rush to jump back into the fight, to jump back into the fire, to jump back into the front lines. Maybe you're not in a rush to do that. Nine of Cups, another nine. So we're dealing with abundance here. This person has an entire catalog of goodies. I spoke about the cupcake lady, right? This guy has the best selection of cupcakes possible. Oh, okay. Something's starting to become a little bit more clear. But before I assume, let's pull this next card. Before I assume, let's pull this next card. Winners and losers. And in this case, the winner takes all. This is the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords deals with the energy of Venus in Aquarius. Venus in Aquarius. They say all is fair in love and war. That's what they say. Doesn't feel that way, especially if you lost. So you do seem to be someone who is naturally free, someone who is not attached, someone who can adjust and adapt to life, right? Somebody who has endured, you've suffered, you felt pain, you've gone through it, but it didn't make you, it didn't change you into a negative person, right? So you're somebody who's still able to be flexible in your worldview, in your perspective, in your emotions, with your heart, right? With your decision making, with your mind. You're also patient. You're not quick to jump into something just because it makes you feel good, because that has caused pain in the past. You're a fast learner. You're a fast learner, right? That's Sagittarius, the sniper. Everybody can't be a sniper. I kick those guns out the way when I'm in Fortnite. I need something up close and personal. I can't do that. That's not me. But the sniper, the Sagittarius, you got to have patience to do that. You got to have timing to do that. And this is what I picked up here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is my guess. It could go in a different direction. But what I picked up when I pulled this card, I spoke about the cupcake lady. It seems that maybe you are also working on business, and it seems like in the past it failed, didn't work out. And it's something that you would like to do, but you're not in a hurry to, like I said, go back on those front lines to potentially failing. Let me know if that's correct. If not, then we'll go in a different direction. But it seems like you've got something to offer the world, something that you're proud of, something that will work, that is a great idea, but I think that you're very reluctant to bring it forward. I think that you don't want what happened last time to happen again, or perhaps you don't think that it's working out. You let me know. But that's what came through to me. And maybe even you're seeing other people do what it is that you want to do, being successful at it. A lot of people connect the Fool card to Uranus. We're talking about a sense of genius, new inventions, if I'm not mistaken. Supremacy McCoy says facts. I was just telling myself, I don't know if I'm too patient or what, but a nigga been through some shit. Holding that composure and dexterity, not giving in to the impulses like maybe I once would. Yes, sir, that's growth. Okay. Supremacy McCoy says, can't make the same mistakes. You can't be afraid to fail. All right. Well, not Supremacy McCoy, but Digital Alchemist. I'm just gonna say that that's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like to me. That's what I picked up along the way with this, and I'll go ahead and go with the next one. Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords is a different knight than this Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Swords, as you can see, is rushing back into battle. Rushing back into battle. And I think it's pretty clear what the message is here. It's time to get back out there. It's time to go back. It's time to try it again. It's time to do it again. Not even try it again. Whatever it was that happened before, you got to understand it's not going to happen again this time. Because inevitably, you're a different person. You're a different person at this point, which means you're going to make different choices, different decisions. The outcome has to be different. If for nothing else, you know what not to do. You know what not to do. Alchemy Gold. Peace, peace. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. So ultimately, Digital Alchemist. Again, it kind of it resonates with the beginning reading, right? It resonates with the general reading at the beginning. The time for rejuvenation and recharging and staying within our shell to rebuild ourselves, that time is coming to a sharp end. And once we are rejuvenated, we expect ourselves to get back out there. And that's what time it is for you. It's time for you to move forward. So I don't know if you stepped away, but I hope that you got this message. I hope that it came through. I hope that it provided insight on what to do next. Because, it looks like you've got something great to offer. And there are hundreds, thousands, shit, millions, potentially. I don't know what it is that you got going on, but it's definitely thousands of people who are hungry for what you have. They just don't know you exist yet. You hear what I'm saying? There's actually hundreds, thousands of people who are hungry for whatever it is that you have to offer, and they don't know you exist yet. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. And that goes for all of you creatives. This isn't just me making you feel good. Hey, everybody, there's somebody out there for you. No, do you realize how big the internet is? How many people? You know that I think they said there's thousands of new people joining Facebook every day. Like there's that many people, new people. They said that there's thousands, and I'm guessing because I don't know the number. It's a big ass number of people joining Facebook every day, joining YouTube, which means that they haven't been on here before. See, you're dealing with a small circle. You're dealing with your people. You're dealing with people that you know. And there are thousands of people who have not heard of you and don't even realize that you are the answer to their problem. If you failed before, or if you determine your last attempt as failure, understand you just didn't reach those people who are looking for you. Don't you go online searching for the stuff that you want to know every day? And how disappointing is it when you can't find it? That doesn't mean you don't want it anymore. Sometimes you kind of give up the search, but once you find it, you're like, oh my God, I love this band. Oh my God, I love this animated series. Oh my God, I love this game. Oh my God, I love this clothing style. Oh my God, I love this model. I love this food, right? Once we find it, it changes our lives. There are thousands of people, I'm going to say hundreds of thousands, considering that there's still new people just now joining. The issue is just learning how to reach them. It's not your content, it's learning how to reach those correct people. All right. Holy Damon 999 says, what the fuck? I hop in and this message pops up. I'm a painter. Nice. It applies to you as well. It applies to you as well. The internet is a big place, right? You can do it. All right, all right. Alchemy Gold asks, who's next? Well, I tell you who's next. Next, we have Framestar Films. Framestar Films, my brother from another mother. My brother from another mother. Framestar Films. Speaking of creators, gotcha. Is this going to be a general or a specific? And Destiny, if you can hear me, you are next after Framestar. All right, so we've got Virgo, Scorpio, Leo Ascendant. All right. All right. All right. I was thinking about you today, Framar Films, but it's one of those thoughts that didn't really, how can I say, one of those thought clouds that is the beginning of something, but it hasn't totally solidified yet. In other words, it would be increasingly difficult for me to explain what the thought was, but you were there. I saw something interesting on the horizon. Good feelings, though. I'm sure that it is going to be a very positive thing. Let's see if the cards have anything to say about it. All right. So, all right. All right. A lot of work. A lot of work has been put in. A lot of work. 10 of Wands, that's Saturn and Sagittarius. Again with the sniper. Discipline and focus. Discipline, focus, hard work. They call this card oppression. And you got to think, what is it that's being oppressed? That beast of burden that we call the body. A lot of work has been put in, a lot of focus, a lot of streamlining. A lot of streamlining. And hell, I want to say I pulled this card for you in the last reading that we did. We think about the chariot, the delivery, right? The movement of this particular work. It seems like you have made adjustments to how you're doing this work. You've made changes. Now, this might be an actual location change. This might be a different team. This might be a different medium of how the work is delivered. But there's been a shift, an adjustment, a change in the delivery of this hard work. And it does not come without its toll. The Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is represented by Mars and Gemini. So it means that although this energy is streamlined, it's focused, you're actually making moves, visible, tangible, um, detectable changes. You're still split about something. There's still a split when it comes to, we could say, the best place to direct your flow. There's something that's quite concerning, that's for sure. Some internal conflict. hmm And let's get some specific on that. Page of Pentacles. So what I'm saying here is a new investment of some type. And as I laid these cards out, it felt as if this new investment was directly connected to this Nine of Swords. So while the work is being put in, while the medium, the delivery, the vehicle of this work has changed, it seems that on another angle, there seems to be some kind of split. A misallocation, perhaps, of where this investment should go. Fear not. We've got the Nine of Pentacles, which is represented by Venus and Virgo. Venus in Virgo. The saving grace of this is that you're doing something that your heart is in. You're doing something that you love. You're doing something that brings you a sense of purpose and a sense of peace. So it's very easy for you to do a good job and be successful at this. You feel at home here. You feel as if this is your zone. That's the saving grace. That's what's preventing any type of burnout from this. That's what's preventing this from being a bigger deal than it could be. Because although this is a heavy load, the saying goes, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. The Three of Cups is represented by Mercury in Cancer. Mercury in Cancer. And as I said a little bit earlier, when we're dealing with Mercury in Cancer, Mercury is movement. Mercury is the mind, the thought process, moving in every direction. And we're dealing with Cancer, which is a sign of regeneration, of regrowth, rebuilding, restructuring, and also togetherness. A new definition that I'm starting to get for this card is a safe place to grow and to develop. Hence, the comfortability to celebrate. A safe place to grow and develop. It seems like the physical environment is wonderful. It seems like the emotional environment is wonderful. It seems like karmically, you're on the right track. However, mentally, there's something on your mind that you seem to be split about. That Mars in Gemini. That Mars in Gemini. As human beings, we might have 9 things that are great, and one thing that is not great, it grabs all of our attention, throws us off track. Please take into account the fact that everything else is wonderful. Everything else is what you've built. It's what you've been working on. It's where you want to be. Keep in mind that all the other pieces of this puzzle are just right. And some would say fate, some would say luck, some would say talent. I would say design. I would say there's a level of design, a level of strategy, a level of conscious implementation that got you to where you are. So understand that that applies for this level as well. That applies for this level as well. Maybe if you take that split focus and begin to structure some sort of plan. Maybe the thoughts are going a bit too fast, too scattered. Maybe there needs to be a bit more organization about the potential of whatever this matter is. Let me know how you feel about that. Framestar says, yep, I was given a contract for work. I fought to get it adjusted, but now I have two full-time jobs. So getting the balance right is tricky. Only so many hours in the day, but both jobs relate. There's that Mars and Gemini. There's that Mars and Gemini. All right, let's do one more. The Emperor. The Emperor. Another recurring card. So as stated before, it seems that there's perhaps some type of we could say impulsive, some type of undisciplined area that could still use some work. And I think that once that has finally been perfected, it might give you that missing piece of energetic balance that could start to shift things in the direction that you want it to go. Because we talked about how the Emperor was definitely a card that is represented by Aries. Aries being pure impulsivity, not pure impulsivity, but a card and an energy that acts impulsively, a card and an energy that acts, and many times it acts before it thinks. Yet we see here the Emperor, which is an older, wiser man. And for someone to be purely impulsive, you usually aren't going to make it to be an old, wise man. So that implies that at some point he mastered the impulsive thoughts, the impulsive behaviors, the impulsive actions, and learned to utilize them in such a way that serve him, to use these energies of himself, and instead of attempting to fight or battle or get away from, harness them and directed them in such a way that they can be fuel. Me and Maestro were talking earlier about how the Sith operate, Star Wars, of course, and for the most part, their focus is kept in line by their pain. It's as if they fuel themselves with what's already there. Hence, Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious, crafting Darth Vader's suit in such a way that it will perpetually cause him to be suffering. His suit is very painful, and that breathing apparatus that has become iconic is not very comfortable for Mr. Skywalker. Yet it was given to him as a tool to stay focused at all times on his pain and use that as strength. So I wonder if that applies. Cool, cool. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Des M. Walker. Des M. Walker. Framestar says, absolutely. I can be a reckless mess at times, but the work helps me to tame the beast. Yes. Yes, yes. All right. All right. Unleashed. Unleashed. All right. So you said general reading. All right, Desmond Walker. Desmond Walk. If you want to give me your sun sign, your moon sign, and your rising, that'll give me a little bit of a focal point. Diego Zaha says, "What can you say about Aquarius?" Aquarius are pretty cool. I like Aquarius. They're nice people. Some of my favorite peoples are Aquarius. The sun's in Aquarius. Some of my favorite friends are Aquarius. All right, so Pisces, Capricorn, Sagittarius. All right, so look, this will be the last reading of the evening. So if you would like a reading before this live stream ends, now would be a good time to go ahead and secure your spot. You can click the link and donate, which is pinned at the top of the chat. But otherwise, this will be the last reading. So we have Pisces, Capsage, Pisces, Capricorn, Sagittarius. All right. Des M. Walk says, general reading, please. Zero. Peace to you. You've been here from the beginning. How many people still here from the beginning? Or at least from earlier on? Supremacy McCoy says, my mom is an Aquarius. They be vibing. Most don't understand them or where they be at. In the space or in the air. Yeah. I have a lot of Aquarius people around me. My son's an Aquarius. Tried to get him to sleep at the same hours as I do so we can both be up, but that ain't working out. He wants to be up when I'm sleeping, sleep when I'm up. But I tell you what, you know what? As much as I love Aquarius, I have not been spending as much time with my Aquarius people as I'd like to. I've been taking a major break from everything, really. Like, I haven't even been on social media like that. I have not. I don't know about these world events. I don't give a damn about these world events. And you know what? I found it very nice for my mind and for my emotions not being on social media because, like, I realized as I scroll through my feed, it's mostly stuff that I don't need. It's mostly stuff that doesn't really help or concern or benefit me. You know what I'm saying? Like 90, 80 to 90% of the stuff that I have been seeing on the internet is distraction. Like the helpful, useful stuff is so low. So I found that like staying off of social media like that gave me more time to get my mind clear and get my mind right. My son's always asking me to play the video games with him, and I want to spend time with him, but I guess we got to find something new to do. But man, Instagram and TikTok and all that other stuff, I'm gonna need to have some kind of battle plan before I get back on them apps. But yeah, the Cancer season is coming to a close, and it's Leo season now. So most everyone who has felt that reclusive energy, that need to kind of separate and recharge, because I'm not the only one. I didn't start it either. I'm just calling it as it is. Those of us who felt that, we should also start feeling here within the next week or so. Um, the energy start to spike up again, right? It's time to do. It's time to get to work and see with ego, right? We say Leo is ego, and it's not necessarily like, oh, I'm better than everyone. Look at me. It depends on what level of ego you're at, right? If that's who you are, then that's what it is. But like what I said earlier, we're talking about the true self, not the self that was hurt as a child and people called you names and told you you'll never be good enough, you'll never be strong enough, you'll never be good looking enough, you're never talented enough. We're not talking about the hurt child. We're not talking about the mask that you created to protect the hurt child, right? Oh, I'm this and I'm that and I'm the best and I want you to think of me as someone who, right? When I'm talking about those two egos, we're talking about the true self that's beyond all that. The true self that knows, you know what? I'm not even this body. I'm not these memories. I'm not these experiences. These people aren't even happy with themselves. These people are depressed and stressed out, overworked and underpaid. How could they tell me who I am? How could they tell me anything about myself? How could they even recognize value when it's right in front of them? Right? When you start to realize that, you start to realize you're not any of those things that them folks said. That's the true self. And that's the light that should shine. That's the fire that should burn for Leo season. Right? That's what's coming out Leo season. If you've reached that level of ego. If you haven't, then you're gonna be the hurt child or the mask that was created to protect the child. But I'm done with those things. I've been hurt and I've overcompensated and I let all those things go. Like I don't have time to waste anymore doing anything that I don't want to do. Everything I do is because I want to do it. And it's only going to be more of that. It's only going to get more and more like that. And that's not to flex or say nothing, like that's what I command, right? And that's what you should command if that's what you want. These folks out here, I don't know if you've been out in the world. I don't know if you looked at your phone. I don't know if you've seen these folks lately. I'm not talking about my stream. I'm talking about the rest of these individuals on the planet. These folks going through it. Lost, confused, silly, drugged up, desperate. I'm not going to find the truth there. I'm not going to find myself there. So you have to look within. You have to look within and ask yourself, okay, so this isn't me. This isn't me. What is me? What is that? Right? And what I mean is you look at your memories and you say, you know what, that's not me. That's what I believed in yesterday, but that's not me today. You look at all your fears and your doubts, you say, oh, that's not me either. You look at your body in the mirror, it's gorgeous, but this ain't me either. Right? And you go through that process until you name everything and you realize that none of it is you. None of it is you. That's what you do. And when I say look within, that's how you start. You start that process. And then when you finally start seeing glimpses of what you actually are, which is the beautiful nothing, man, the world becomes your oyster. Then becomes the process of remembering how to be God gradually. All right, so let's get with this reading. Let's get with this reading. I need to make sure that these cards were extremely ready for this reading that we're about to do. And I had to give a little speech, right? Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I like that. Boss up, not down. Yeah. Boss up, not down. And this is crucial as well. A lot of people getting it handed to and blaming other shit when it's been them the whole time. Right, right. Look what they're doing to us, right? Man, let these folks be insane. Let these folks be insane. All right, so here we go. General reading. General reading. Des walk. Okay. Now I spent that entire time shuffling this thing up every which way. The chariot makes its appearance once more, and I guess because it's cancer season and there is a cancer message that really wants to be made clear. The chariot represents cancer. Again, we're talking about the movement. We're talking about the vehicle. All right, we're talking about what these energies use to move from one position to another. Ah, Four of Swords and the Hermit. These are both cards of withdrawal, of rest, relaxation, solitude, peace, separating from the nonsense. A lot of what I just described. And so is the chariot, because the chariot represents cancer. Cancer being the crab. And like I said, we were just in this period of cancer season that had everything to do with retreating so that we could recharge, so that we could renewal, we could strengthen ourselves. This card represents meditation. Meditation. And you'll notice there he is, meditating. The Four of Swords is Jupiter in Libra. Libra's been big tonight as well with the Justice card. Jupiter and Libra. Jupiter is expansion. So we've been talking about here with this card the expansion of balance, the expansion of being balanced. So that's why he's here in this church meditating, thinking about your next steps, thinking about your goals. So here's what it looks like to me for you. I've been saying that cancer season's coming to a close and it's time to get up and go, get up and move. That's true. And for you right now, you still got a little bit more of rest, a little bit more. It's not time for you to wake up just yet. Everybody else is waking up. You got a little bit more sleep. Your alarm clock ain't gone off just yet. This is good. Take advantage of this. This is the Hermit card. The Hermit is represented by Virgo. And I said, go within. And while you dream and while you rest, this is the perfect time to go within. Adrian, peace. This is the perfect time to go within. Dreams are your specialty, your strong point, right? You're Pisces. This is what y'all do. Dreams, imagination, this is where you excel. So your rest period, your regrowth, your rebirth period is going to be a little bit longer than everyone else because that's how your energy flows. Pisces is the baby of the zodiac and the old man of the zodiac. So it's going to require a little bit of extra time. Pisces is the baby and the old man. So it's going to take a little bit more time to get a little bit more rest. And that's okay. Why is that okay? Right? We got the Hermit, which is to go within, find the answers within. And I just talked about how you do that. You look at everything that is not you and you just make a list, right? You make a list. Okay, well, I'm not the body. Okay, well, I'm not my memories. Okay, well, I'm not my ideas because those exist without me, right? Ideas can exist if a person's dead, don't they? Hell, the people who arrange the ideas behind these cards are long gone, yet these ideas remain. Ideas aren't ours. We pick them up. We don't create ideas. This is a big world. You're not the first person to think of anything. The Bible says nothing new under the sun. Ain't nothing new created under Tifereth. So you're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions, because it's only like what, 7 emotions, and everybody feels them. Mad, angry does not belong to you. Depressed does not belong to you. Excited does not belong to you. Horny does not belong to you. Those are shared by everyone. So the emotions ain't yours. The body ain't yours. Make the heart stop. Make the hair grow. Go ahead. Grow an extra arm, right? It's not yours. It belongs to Mother Earth. It belongs to Prakriti. And it goes back to her when we finish with it. We turn it in, don't we? At the end of the day, we turn it in. So the body's not you. Your thoughts aren't you. Your memories aren't you. Your emotions aren't you. Your feelings aren't you. Your opinions aren't you. Definitely not your opinions, because you get those from someone else, right? Your identity. Like, you go make a list of all these things that you aren't. And you're going to be left with a list of everything. I'm going to just go ahead and tell you everything. And you're going to say, well, damn, what's left? Now you can go within, because you got to find that. I can't tell you on this YouTube because there ain't no words for it. Nobody can tell you. Even if they tell you, they can tell you, they can't tell you. The soul is something that is not here, doesn't exist, not in this world. Now you are the result of the effect of the soul upon matter, but you can only find these answers if you stop and take a look of everything, take an account. All right, let's go on to the next phase. Judgment, right? This is extremely important for you. Wake up call. Earlier, we pulled the cosmic air, which is the fool. We pulled the cosmic water, which was the hanged man. Here, you get the cosmic fire, which is judgment. Judgment. And what this card represents is that it's time to take into account, to take into an analysis of what's coming into this next place and what's not. The artwork can be based on revelations in the Bible where the angel calls all the believers from their graves, and the saved rise up, and those who are not saved remain in the dirt. It's a metaphor, it's an analogy, but it goes back to what I was saying. When you take an account of all those things that are not you, those things are going to stay here on earth. They're going to stay in the dirt. They're going to stay where you got them from. Black Lives Matter is going to stay with Black Lives Matter. I'm a Democrat is going to stay with Democrat. Oh, I'm a Republican, that's going to stay with Republican, right? Oh, I'm on Team Kendrick. I'm on Team Drake. That's going to stay with Kendrick and Drake. None of that's going to the next phase. So you got to find what it is that's going to actually ascend to that next point. This is a big deal. You're not going to take your wonderful melanin. You're not going to take your lovely hair. You're not going to take your outfits, your style. You're not going to take your crystals, your candles. You're not going to take your cat. You're not going to take your kids. You're not going to take anything except what you actually are. That's why it's so important to find this thing. That's what non-attachment is all about. Hillwood says, "What happens here stays here." Kendrick said that. Hey, Kendrick got to stay here. You can't bring Kendrick with you. Supremacy McCoy says everything must go. Maybe eating you, Money Mike. Well, damn. Okay. All right. Another recurring customer here, right? You've been through this. You've been beat across the head. I mean, hell, you're Pisces. Y'all get beat up the most. You're Pisces, right? You've trusted people. You've been let down. You've been hurt, right? Taken advantage of. You've been through that. And in a way, it's going to cause you to retreat. It's caused you to retreat. Being a Pisces, you're probably a natural free spirit, going out and doing things and wanting to be a part of this, that, and a third, and you've been let down a lot. I think that might happen to all Pisces. I might be wrong. If you're a Pisces, let me know if that hasn't happened to you. Y'all get taken advantage of because, like I said, y'all are the babies and the old men, the old women of the zodiac. Y'all are the last sign and the transition into the first. It's not exactly being naive. It's more of being optimistic that others are dreamers just like you. But that's not the case. That's not the case. So you've been beat across the head a little bit, but check this out. Check this out. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Boom. The sun. The sun. Now, the sun stands over one of the 7 dualities that affect all humankind. And this particular duality is the duality of fertility or barrenness. Fertility or barrenness. The sexual life force, the creative force, being fertile or being barren. The two polarities, the two extremes that meet in the middle. That's the sun. So what we have here is you've gone within, you've retreated, you've reserved, you've gone within yourself to find yourself. And you're being called out, but not quite yet. You still got a little bit more time, but very soon that alarm clock is going to ring. And it's time for you to wake up out of your sleep, move forward. And the first thing that you're going to recall and think about and feel when you wake up is how the world was unfair. It's going to be the first thing that crosses your mind. But I want you to understand that when you start to pay attention to the fact that your power lies in your fertility and your ability to control your fertility. And I don't just mean the sexual energy, I mean the energy to create life, to be fertile in life, to plant the seeds of the abundance that you want, to plant the seeds of the health that you want, to plant the seeds for the relationships that you want. That's what's going to determine what happens next. Life isn't going to happen to you if you happen to life. Life isn't going to happen to you if you happen to it first. You happen to it first. You make the moves. Look, Pisces, Knight of Cups, water. This is the knight in shining armor. This is the romantic knight. This is the one who comes with poetry and sweet words. This is the lover. Keep that energy. Keep that energy. Don't let the world beat you across the head and all of a sudden you're bitter water. Sweet water. Sweet water 420. Peace, Pablero Peso. This is the answer here. And perhaps it relates to the sun card of fertility and barrenness. Perhaps. But ultimately the answer is love. And you got to be able to define what that means for you. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. No more. Let me know if that makes sense to you. Let me know if that works to you. Let me know if there's something here that you can utilize. Let me know. Let me know. And I'm going to take a quick break and then we will wrap up. So if you also would like a reading, this will be your last chance to get one. We're shifting into this full moon of Aquarius. And on the same day, we're shifting into the sun in Leo. This is going to be the culmination and the ripe blossoming of what was started 2 weeks ago when the new moon conjunct the sun was also conjunct with Sirius. Seeds of Sirius were planted, and we're seeing the blossoms rise for the next week. So if you'd like a reading, donate to the link that's pinned to the top of the comments. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Full moon coming soon. What a season. Don't get surgery on this full moon. That's a hell no. Okay. Desert Monk says just went through a hurtful breakup and have been processing that, so the withdrawal period makes sense. The future looks bright, but I'm still in the dark. That's how it happens, right? That's how it happens. At least you can see that the sun is rising, right? And there are people who are in the dark and their windows are shut, their doors locked. They got them blackout curtains, and they can't see that the sun's coming up. So their dark is going to last a whole lot longer. But at least you're able to see that things will not stay this way forever. Oh, Alchemy Gold says Pisces are the sweetest people, biggest hearts. Alchemy Gold says, who's next? You're next. You are next. Alchemy Gold says, oh, Mars and Gemini. People's feelings are going to get hurt. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. And Mars and Gemini is actually, what card is that? That's the Nine of Swords. Mars and Gemini. The way I look at it is that Mars energy of the drive, right? The force, the focus of pursuing your goals, doing the work, staying consistent, doing your thing. Mars and Gemini means that has a tendency to kind of be diffused and split because Mars is strongest when it's moving in one direction. Gemini is the sign that is moving in at least two directions at once. Mars isn't going to do so well there. Trey Williams, peace. Pablero Peso says, any new classes coming up? Absolutely. Absolutely. However, I can't spill the beans just yet. I'm going to have to ask some questions to see what you guys like. Like, do you prefer live classes? Do you prefer the type where you do it yourself? Do you prefer videos? Do you prefer just audio? Do you prefer reading something? Do you prefer something that's long or something that's just like a weekend? I need answers. I tried different things, trying to see what's the best. Desmond Walker says, I planted a couple hundred seeds in the yard this morning. So literally fertility. Yeah. Supremacy says, indeed, fertility is the energy you reminded me to water my grass. Tend to your garden spiritually. Exactly. Yeah, that might be another good metaphor to add to this sun card. Tend to your garden. Yeah, I can see that. Cablero Peso says the live classes on cyclomancy was fun, but it definitely felt like we fell off track a lot. Yeah, yeah, and I think with that, I'll probably need to work on the time limit. I think that if we go for too long, inevitably people start talking about life, which is fine. There just has to be a time and a place for that. So I was thinking that if it was going to be if the next thing I do was going to be live, then it would have to be probably somewhat short, and then have like a second session for like a free for all discussion kind of deal. All right, so Alchemy Gold. Are we gonna do what? What is your Your sun, your moon, and your rising. I can't believe it took me so long to realize that if someone has a Capricorn as their sun, they can say, I'm a Capri Sun. I had one of those yesterday. See, my son likes the sparkling water so much now, he doesn't even drink those Capri Suns. Aquarius moon. Aquarius moon. Harvest moon. All right. All right. So Alchemy Gold, did you was this a specific question or did you want a general reading? All right. I forgot what I said. Oh yeah, Capri Sun. Anna Molly says, I am looking forward to Mars and Jupiter teaming up in Gemini. No more Taurus energy, thanks. Right. Yeah, so Jupiter and Gemini is a wonderful thing, especially for me. And that's part of the reason why this year's gonna be phenomenal. It is phenomenal. But mostly if you're a Gemini or a Sagittarius. But yeah, once it gets to Mars and Jupiter together in Gemini, it's gonna be some Mars energy expanding. No one complains about that. All right. Starline says horoscope talk reminds me of Sailor Moon vibes. I used to love Sailor Moon a whole lot. I saw a meme recently that said people wonder why they love astrology so much as adults. And basically it was implying that as kids, because we used to watch Sailor Moon so much, might be a correlation. All right, now I am mixing these things up, and you guys see same cards jump out. I am shuffling different types of shuffles, right? All right, so how many people here in the chat? Real quick, if you can hear me and you have access to your typing mechanism, answer this question. If I could spend 2 days helping you to solve one of your problems, what would it be? What would it be about? Tell me. Give me some ideas. If I could spend 2 days, it could be like some videos, it could be a workshop, it could be a little mini class, a Zoom, I don't know. If you had 2 days and I could help you solve any one of your problems, What would this class be about? What would this workshop, what would this challenge be about? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. It'll help me immensely because then I will know exactly what content to make that will serve you in the best way. Because I want to make some cupcakes that y'all are actually going to eat. They must be delicious. Lick the wrapper delicious. Philip says, helping me pass my board exams and help me set up myself as a content creator. Okay, okay. If I couldn't help you with your board exam, what about helping with study techniques that help with retention? I could certainly help with set up as a content creator. I could definitely help with that. And that was kind of on my mind. Like I was wondering like how many people in my audience actually have an aspiration to make content to be on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or anything like that. I know there's like a few, but I wonder if there's people in my audience who want to do content stuff but like just never really start. And Amalia says 2-day massage. Oh, class. That'd be a good one. Zero says I think group class is like your live talks. Okay, but about what though? What would solve one of your problems? Like what topics would solve the issues that you're facing? Alchemy Gold says I want to do a money ritual, typically Capri Sun. Okay, money ritual, study techniques, 2-day massage, set up as a content creator. Philip says that would work. Study techniques. I want to collaborate with you. Add you as a link on my page and funnel business to content creator. Yeah, man, for certain. I am absolutely open to working with, I mean, especially people who've been, you know what I'm saying, a part of my channel for so long. Absolutely. That's not even a question. Alchemy Gold says, how about a Q&A? That's something that could work. Shoot, I'm asking Q&A right now. All right, perhaps I'll ask again in a different way so you can have some time to think about it. Because that would be information for me as well. Maybe you don't need a problem solved. Maybe you just want to hear about, I don't know, Kabbalah stuff. Okay, sufficiently sorted. If the chariot comes back, if justice comes back, if the emperor comes back, it's the work of Jesus. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. Automatically systematic. All right. Here we go. Hmm. Here we go. King of Swords. King of Swords. So, as I like to say, the king is the one who commands the idea. The queen sets the plans, delegates the work. The knights go out and do the work. The pages do the gathering of the carts and the sweeping of the hallways, so to speak. So it seems like there are ideas that you're channeling down. And what are these ideas about? I can assume. Ah, there's our recurring card from the beginning. Ace of Swords. Right information, right knowledge. The kind of knowledge and information that actually causes change, not just collector's items. We got a lot of collector's items knowledge, don't we? Knowing about this and that and the third, being able to memorize certain lines, but it not actually causing any kind of change in your life. Well, in this case, we've got the Ace of Swords. We're talking about right knowledge, good knowledge, quality knowledge, the type that accelerates your growth process. So here we go, the King of Swords. You got a hold of some information. You got a hold of some information that can change your life, that can shift the tides, that can make something happen. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Two of Pentacles. So it seems that on the material side and the real world side, there's quite a few things that you're juggling. Quite a few things that you're juggling. And the Pentacles represent the manifest dimension, the physical plane. We've got those waves in the back, those three waves, which can indicate that there's a bit of emotional turbulence as well. Emotional turbulence as well. Could also represent those three gunas, very active. A lot of activity in the background, whether that's physically in your background, emotionally in your background, and you're trying to balance everything, make it all work. Seven of Swords. The Seven of Swords is an indication that there is deception involved. There is deception. There's somebody taking something that might not belong to them, or someone taking more than what they deserve. There's a level of deception. And this could imply something happening on the mental plane, stealing somebody's thoughts, somebody's words, maybe manipulation, mental manipulation. It seems like there's some type of deception going on. Now, this Two of Pentacles is going to be Jupiter in Capricorn. So another thing with this is different opportunities, juggling different opportunities. And then this Seven of Swords is going to be the moon in Aquarius. Aquarius is a fixed air sign, but the moon changes, and some could say it's a water element planet. So we might have a stubborn mind as well. Somebody fixed based on some emotional experience of the past. How do we put these together so far? Well, it seems like you've got some information about a situation. You got some information, you got some right, accurate knowledge about a situation. Perhaps you've been juggling, we can say this maybe two different ways. Maybe you've been juggling a certain situation in life, trying to make ends meet, trying to balance, trying to deal with this person and that person, this opportunity and that opportunity. 1111. You're trying to make things flow, right? But perhaps you got it right information that there's a bad actor, that there's someone who isn't presenting themselves as they accurately are, somebody lying essentially. And with that information, you now have the knowledge of what to do next. You know how the now have the knowledge of what to do next. This could also represent an authority figure um, involved with the law. So we could say police, um, judge, that kind of thing, right? Some type of government type of person imparting you with some kind of information or using some information. And now there's a decision that needs to be made. Let me know how it sounds to you so far. Okay. Well, I'll go back and just keep it neutral. Go back and try to keep it neutral. So basically, as I said before, the king initiates. We're dealing with swords. We're dealing with the air element. We're dealing with ideas. We're dealing with knowledge and information. So either way we go, we're dealing with some new information that has entered the picture, or perhaps on its way. But it seems like this new information has already entered the picture. And this is good, accurate information. It seems like there's a decision to be made. Looks like you're juggling some material thing. And there's also deception. Deception, notably in the realm of something to do with theft. So let's pull a clarity card. Okay, so is this something that you've overcome? Does this possibly sound like a situation that you have gotten out of? A situation that's past? Ah, it's to come. It's to come. Okay. So this card, of course, is called Victory. You see what's happening here? This person is returning home after a battle, returning home on the white horse of victory, being celebrated by the people who are waiting. He comes bringing favorable news, triumph, and success. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's keep going. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's keep going. Have faith. Have faith in what you're working with. You are greater than your obstacles. All right, so judgment. Mm, judgment. We can see this as being represented as karma in the sense that basic people use it, right? Retribution and getting what you deserve and that kind of thing, for better or for worse. And in this sense, this card has an occult meaning of fire, fire of the wise, the fire that burns away the impurities, the fire that burns away the impurities and the things that don't belong. That's what this judgment card represents, the fire that burns away those things that don't belong, followed by the Ace of Cups. Now, with the Ace of Cups, just like with the Ace of Swords, meaning a new idea, right knowledge, here we're dealing with that same thing on the emotional level, a renewal of those emotions, a renewal of how you connect with your emotional body. The waters of life, being able to flow again, being able to replenish, to refill. These ace cards are beginnings. They're seeds and they plant tomorrow, right? They plant the seeds of tomorrow. These ace cards means there's something in the future that will be created, but it starts now. When you see these ace cards, that means that right now we're in the phase of planting certain kinds of seeds that are going to make a big impact later on. So you said that this was confirming something that was coming, the victory. Well, understand that after that victory, there's going to be a burning away. As a result of this victory, I'll say that, as a result of this victory, there's going to be a burning away of what does not belong. And there's going to be a watering and a pouring and a raining down of the new growth. Alchemy Gold says this is going to be a life changer. Buying champagne to celebrate. I mean, this all looks good. It all looks good. If there were an issue, it would be the thing that has already passed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Remember to keep your eyes on the goal, not the distractions. Keep your eyes focused on the goal. Right. All right. So there we have it. There we have it. This was the general reading for the collective. We're coming out of the watery season of Cancer. The waters are heating up and boiling up. Those of us who are sensitive felt it. And this is causing a natural change, a natural adjustment in how we hold ourselves through the world. It's causing a natural change, a natural adjustment. Float with the energy, move with it. It's time to come out of the shell. It's time to grow past the pain. And what I mean by that is it's time for a new identity, a new purpose, a new story to be written so that this new story that we've crafted becomes the story that we live by. You have a story. We all have a story about who we are and what made us this way, don't we? When you think about the story that you would tell a stranger, when they say, "Who are you?" How do you answer that question when somebody says, "Who are you?" First, you'll say your name. And then what do you say? What's the story that you're telling yourself? Hmm. All right. All right. So, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I hope you're ready. I hope you're making moves. Like I said, you want to light this fire and make it so bright, so hot that nobody can put it out, not even you, right? Gather as much influence over yourself, over your animal body, over your lower self. Gather as much influence as you can so that you'll actually keep your word to yourself. Make a list of where you are and where you're trying to go and the steps in between. Like, do this, do the redundant work, do the basic work, because this is necessary. It's necessary to keep you focused. It's necessary to keep you focused. Rewrite that story, because the story you tell yourself and where you came from determines where you're going, determines how you behave, because you believe it. Animali says, been in recovery mode, so ready to move forward. Right. Same here. I talked about being in this uncomfortable space of not knowing where to go next or what to do or what moves to make. It felt stagnant, felt like I was wasting time. I hated it till I learned to love it. I learned to recognize and realize you're absorbing on a very subtle level, and you're also shedding and rebuilding on a very overt level. And when the time came, it flipped like a switch. Maybe I entered Leo season 2, 3 days ago because the shift was that dramatic, that dramatic. And what I'm saying is, the all of us, all of you, will shift in the next couple of days into Leo season. You're gonna feel it. More than likely, it's gonna happen very close to the full moon because most people start their changes around the full moon time. It depends on your level. For me, it happened about 3 days ago. For everyone else here, it should happen by the 21st. In any case, be ready to do the work that you're going to tell yourself you need to do. Don't procrastinate. Don't make excuses. Don't say, "Oh, we'll do it tomorrow." None of that. Because you have to remember at all times, one of those voices are going to have to be the strong one. One of those voices are going to have to be the one that rules your body. Which voice is it going to be? I'm telling you. And think, when you think about it like that, it should make it easier, right? Time to clean the toilet. Well, I'll do it later. All right, we're on a good 3-day streak. Let's get on that exercise machine. Oh, well, you were so consistent the past 3 days. Just take a break. One of those voices have to win. And the one that you feed regularly, you're training. Okay, this is the voice of my body. This is the voice that I choose. All right. So that's about it. That's about it for now. I'm starting to get sleepy, and I think that my son's starting to wake up. In any case, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being concerned and focused on your growth, on your pursuit to know yourself and be yourself. I hope that you learned a lot here today and every day. And perhaps you'll be able to find what you're looking for. All right, so I'm out of here. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace.